Okay, we are now live streaming. And the next thing is to start the webinar. That should start the recording, but it's not, so.
It says recording in progress when I print it. So.
There's a delay. It's there now. Okay, so somebody's got the double speaker on. All right, where's Stephen? Okay, Stephen, you're now the host.
Okay, so then I will make you and Christian now co-hosts.
Oh.
It's not allowing me to make Christian the co-host.
That's because I'm already a co-host.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Okay.
And then Christian, I'm assuming you are dropping stuff in the chat as we do.
Yes, I did.
Great. I will say that we normally get a little bit more feedback from some of the elected officials, so we may have to, Mark, if you want to peruse and look for people coming in and promote as you like. There was not as much communication as we've had in the past. And I'm just looking. Great. I see Deputy Inspector Yaguchi. Okay. Well, I'd like to call the meeting to order. I am super excited about our meeting today because we've got lots of stuff going on. We've got really good resolutions. We've got introductions. We're going to introduce and meet our new district manager, whether everyone realizes it. We have a handful of new members that we hope are here. I see one is here. Kristen Berger's here. I can't see everyone. And I think we've got some great resolutions. So I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. We got through the rain. We had one nice day, but here we are off and running. Originally, I was going to do the intros in the beginning, but I'm going to start and jump right into our public safety session because I know that we are a little thin in that area. And I know Deputy Inspector Yaguchi said that he has a timing issue. So I'd like to start with him. But just a brief review of our agenda. We are going to start with our public safety session. I'm going to take a brief pause and do some introductions. And then we're going to get into our business section. We've got quite a full agenda. We've got preservations committee that has several things. We have a resolution from YEL that I think is incredibly important. We have an HHS resolution from Catherine DeLazaro that I think is going to be really, really impactful. We have land use as well. And then we have BCI. So we've got a very full agenda before then we get into the community session. So with that, if we can jump into our public session. And again, as I mentioned that we have, I think there are some timing challenges, but Deputy Inspector Yaguchi has made time for us. So I think it's going to be brief, but I'm going to jump right in and allow him to give some feedback and hopefully answer some questions. So thank you, Deputy Inspector, for coming. And I know that you had some timing challenges and we appreciate you making time for us.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Just from the 2-4, for the 28-day period for the last 4 weeks, we've taken 92 index crimes, which includes the categories of the 7 index crimes. Concerning there is we took 20 robberies in the last 4 weeks, which is up from 6 last year. Obviously, last year with COVID, nobody out on the streets. We had a 2-week period in which we took no robberies. But nonetheless, 20 is a little bit high for us. Included in that number are 6 street robberies that are a little bit concerning. We have 6 robberies in a little box or a little zone, 96th Street up to 101st Street, from West End to Columbus Avenue. We also took 3 bank robberies in which we were able to make an arrest. So that's what's going on with the robberies. We still continue to have a considerable increase in amount of grand larcenies. Again, this is partly due to COVID If we look at the 2-year numbers, we're down in grand larcenies, but we're up compared to last year. Some of these grand larcenies are shoplifting, where subjects are stealing over $1,000. We have some incidents where property is being taken from parked vehicles, and we do have a couple of snatches going on the streets. And then finally, we're taking a lot of grand larceny vehicle thefts. 13 in the last 4 weeks. 11 of the 13 are motorcycle mopeds. So we just want to advise all our motorcycle moped owners just to be careful in terms of trying to secure your motorcycles and mopeds as much as we can. We took one last night on the 200 block of 92nd Street. And most of our motorcycle moped thefts are happening on that west side of the precinct, really right along West End Avenue. So we did take I'm sure many of you saw, just moving over to the violent side of it. I'm sure you heard of the shooting or the shots fired, where thankfully nobody was hit at 2:20 in the afternoon last Tuesday on 103rd Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. That investigation is ongoing. We're trying to basically identify the 2 individuals that were involved. And I wish I could have more in terms of the investigation, but obviously the investigation is still active. That continues. The violence that we've kind of seen in and around the housing developments around Douglas. But we have obviously, really going back to last year, try to put as many cops and a lot of presence out there. I hope those of you that do walk around that area noticed a foot patrol today and a foot post out there as we speak, just to provide a little bit of presence. And that's just not connected to the violence in Douglas or surrounding the Douglas housing developments, but also just our general quality of life issues on Broadway as well. So it's trying to deal with both issues all at once. For the month of April, or May, I'm sorry, a lot of good arrests by our cops. We had a bank robbery pattern going on. The officers were able to make an arrest on that, which closed out 3 of those incidents. Our officers made 2 gun arrests during the month of May. A couple of robbery arrests, including one on Broadway in which our victim was trying to help somebody out, trying to give money. That in turn turned into a robbery, but our officers were right there on foot patrol and were able to arrest the individual right away. And I'm sure we'll get the dirt bike questions as well, but we made 2 seizures on dirt bike arrests. I know that not a lot compared to all the complaints that we get, but just, we want everybody to know that we are trying to address the issue in a safe and tactical way.
Thank you. So let's open it up to questions. And there are some people that came in late. I just want to make sure everyone understands that we are limited in our public sessions. Deputy Inspector Yaguchi, I think it's the only one, and he's time limited. So I just want us all to be sensitive to that. But I will look to see if there's any hands raised. And we will start with Shelley.
I live on 103rd Street, so everyone in the area is very disturbed about the incident the other day, but there was one about a month ago also, 2 people shootout. People are concerned, is this gang related? Is there any way, can you tell us that? Because we are aware of gangs a gang that is located close by.
The shooting on May 2nd, we have categorized it as a gang-motivated shooting. As for the one that happened last Tuesday, we're still in the investigative phases and really determine on who was involved will kind of dictate to us whether it was gang or crew related.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rich, you're up.
Yeah, also live on 103rd Street, also concerned. Wondering, I know a few months ago you had talked about how you can identify bullets and basically do a DNA test on bullets. Wondering if any bullets were recovered, if that might be helpful.
Yeah, we were able to recover ballistics from that scene. And that will go into, like you mentioned, like a database, and we'll be able to trace it to other, if the same gun was used, we would be able to trace that, yes.
Okay. So I think I see two hands raised, but I'm going to go to Christian first. Christian, did anybody sign up for questions in the audience?
No.
Okay, then I'm going to go to the attendees. Now there's three different. I'm going to give Peter Arnston a little bit of privilege first, but we have Peter, I see Russell, and I see Anthony. We'll let all of you ask. And again, please be respectful, a little bit of timing because we have some timing challenges. Peter, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me on. Deputy Inspector Yaguchi, the gun arrests or the gun seizures, can you let people know how you did those? I'm not familiar with how you find them or get them.
So they're active cases, so I don't want to comment on them too much, but essentially our officers spotted someone that was wanted for a shooting last August, and in arresting him, they were also able to recover a firearm on him.
Okay, it's very concerning, the number of guns that are out there and being used, and I think we've had, well, I won't even speculate on the number of shootings that have happened, so thank you.
Great. Russell, I believe you've been permitted, and again, please ask the question.
Yeah, thank you. Deputy Inspector Yaguchi, this is Russell Sturgis. I'm the president of the board at 210 West 103rd Street, which I think was the official address of that little gun battle we had on 103rd Street.
Yes.
A lot of emotional response coming from the people in my building. A lot of unfounded complaints, I think, about, well, there's no police, we don't see them anymore. It would help if I could describe to the people how you spread out the people that you have on any given day. What are your priorities, and how do you know if what you intended to do actually happened in terms of spreading your personnel out?
Well, if you were to kind of go old fashioned, whether you're doing pin maps or whether everything's on computer and the reports kind of, we kind of dot where the crimes are happening, whether there be shootings, robberies, or whatever the case may be. I mean, we basically deploy our resources there. Now, our focus for our cops ever since I got here has been Broadway. I say this over and over in terms of the quality of life issues. We take about 2/3 of our larcenies, a third of our robberies, a third of our burglaries, and in addition to that, the homeless and the quality of life issues that we have on Broadway. Our focus has been try to provide as much presence on Broadway as much as possible. Now, that was my focus, and then we start getting shootings and violence and stuff like that in certain areas of the command, and obviously we can't ignore that. Most of the violence is not happening on Broadway, it's happening in other parts of the command, and that's where obviously we're going to devote our resources. Now, the command is split into 3 sectors, an Adam, a Boy, and a Charlie. And we have NCOs that are assigned to each sector. And then in addition to that, on all 3 tours, the 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. shift, the 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift, and the midnight shift, which runs from 11 p.m. at night to 8 a.m. And they also have officers assigned to those 3 sectors that I just talked about, Adam, Boy, and Charlie. So each sector gets their complement of officers on each tour. But within those sectors, you have problem spots or where violence is happening. Now, let's just take 103 Amsterdam to Broadway where that shooting happened. Douglas, for us, has been a focal point of our deployment in conjunction with PSA 6, which is the housing bureau that covers that development. As we mentioned, on May 2nd, we took an actual shooting at 103 in Amsterdam. And then we took a shots fired, we call it, where nobody got hit on Tuesday. But if you go back to last year, we have multiple shooting incidents in that area. So our deployment is basically to put our cops as much as possible in and around there. Now, during their tour, they also get called to 911 calls. So sometimes they get pulled from those deployment areas. But when they are not on any calls, and even if there are certain calls that are going on, we direct our cops to go there. We also have a public safety team, which is essentially officers that replaced the anti-crime team that was the topic of discussion last summer. We also deploy them in and around where our violence is happening.
And if I could just ask a follow-up question, how do you make adjustments between people in cars and people on the street, and what kind of input how do you make that decision?
We recently got 24 officers from the police academy. We basically were able to put 8 extra cops on each of those 3 tours that I just talked about, and they have been tremendous. So although I felt pretty comfortable with our manpower prior to receiving these 24 rookies, when we had enough officers working, we would definitely deploy the foot posts. Since their arrival, obviously with the extra resources, we've been able to put more of those foot posts out. So like I said, for instance, today we were able to put out cops on foot on Broadway in the hundreds all tour, and then they're out there again for this the 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift again. So my preference obviously is to put those foot posts out. I think it's more intimate. And when I speak to the cops at first, when I tell them they're on foot, they look at me like a little oddly. But when they're out there and they say it to me unprompted, how many people come up to them and tell them how much they appreciate the presence, and instead of them driving around in cars, that they appreciate them actually being out on foot. And I think for us, it's good because it's more intimate. They see a lot more, they see faces, where in a car, usually you just drive by and maybe you don't see as much. So my preference is foot posts, but obviously we do have 911 calls that we do have to obviously answer, from emergencies to maybe not as much as not that urgent, but we obviously have to answer those. But when we can, we definitely try to put those foot patrols out.
Okay, thank you for that. That's very helpful in my communicating back to everybody that lives here in the building.
Thank you. So I want to be respectful. Deputy Inspector, do you have a little bit more time? Do you want to give me some direction? I know, again, repeating from some people that I think may have came in a little late, we are very limited on time with Inspector.
Yeah, I can take a couple more. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 more community members that I want to focus on, and one is Anthony. I think that you are permitted to hear.
Yeah, unmute yourself, Anthony.
Okay, Anthony and then Miles are the last 2 that we can get to.
Steve Blanche, I have a question if you can work me in.
I'll do my best, but let's let the community members make sure that they get their say, and we'll figure this out. But Anthony? Anthony? You need to unmute yourself, or we're going to move on.
I've clicked on ask to unmute.
I can see. So we're going to pause a few more seconds. Okay, you said you didn't have a question. So Miles, do you have a question? You're on.
Yes, I am here. So quick question. One about all the larceny that's going on. How do you recommend shopkeepers address that? I mean, should they be buzzing people in? Should they have a security guard at the door? A big bulky person? Just kind of avoid stores getting crowded? Like, how is that addressed? The second question, very unrelated, it relates to where the parking situation around the 20th precinct on Columbus between 81 and 82. There's a left turn lane for vehicles that's supposed to want to make a left on 81st Street. And that lane is constantly blocked with unmarked cars. I'm sure.
So thank you, Miles. Just so you know, that's not a deputy inspector's area. So I'm aware of that. I don't want to cut you off.
No problem.
I want to be judicious with our time. So do you want to ask the first one, Deputy Inspector Yaguchi?
Sure. With the shopliftings, not that it makes it right, but the majority of the shopliftings are occurring with these bigger stores, Dwayne Reed, CVS. But in terms of crime prevention tips, I mean, the more you can try to control the environment, the better. I think the best defense is video cameras. I don't think it's worth, just in terms of like the amount of incidents that we have, some of the proposals that you suggested to kind of control your store, limiting the number of people come in and whatnot, I don't think is necessary given the number of instances that you have. But to guard against those instances when they do occur, the best kind of defense you can have is to have video cameras. So when it does occur, we can come, we can look at the video, and we can try to identify the individuals that are stealing from you, and then make an arrest on it.
Thank you. I actually had a question myself, and that was a broad question for yourself. And my understanding is that safety is the #1 issue for all voters, and this is a voting season. And I was just curious to say, from an expert like yourself, other than bail reform, as I start to make my decisions on the candidates, what are the #1 or #2 issues around safety that you're seeing? I mean, I know that bail reform has affected it, but I'm just curious, what are your thoughts? I think we're seeing an increase in crime. And I'm curious what someone like yourself would give us feedback, or specifically myself.
So I have no data to back anything up, so I want to be careful about making too many statements as if I have data to back it up. I think bail reform is somewhat of an issue in the sense that you have the same individuals getting arrested for the same crimes, and they're either getting released from the station house on a desk appearance ticket, as mandated by the new law, or they are not being held on bail unless they get arrested 2 or 3 times. I know we had last year a number of individuals who were committing burglaries, and not your traditional burglaries, but like a package theft or a commercial burglary, and they kept getting locked up and kept getting released. So again, I have no data, but just thinking about human nature, I think you always need consequences for your actions. And if there aren't any consequences and you know that you're going to get released right away, I think there's less of a tendency, less of a deterrent, I should say. So that is something that has made our job a little bit more difficult. But my message to everybody is, listen, no matter whether it's the 3rd time we're arresting this, the 1st time, the 3rd time, the 4th time, call us and we will do whatever it is we need to do. We're just one branch of the government, and we refer the cases to the prosecutor, the ADA. They're sometimes limited in what they can do. It's up to the judge sometimes to set bail. Sometimes it's out of the judge's hands also because of the new laws. So with no data, I get the sense that is a major issue that probably needs some modification to make these individuals that are committing these crimes, to let them know there are consequences for your actions. We have to work a little bit harder to make sure that these individuals face consequences, meaning jail time. But if that's our job, then that's what we have to do.
Okay, thank you. There's still a couple more hands, so I'm going to keep asking you if you can answer a couple more questions, or you have a time issue.
That's fine.
Okay. Blanche, go ahead.
Yeah. Inspector, your anti-crime team, are they in plain clothes, or do you ever deploy your officers in plain clothes?
There are no more plainclothes units, so they deploy in uniform.
Okay.
Thank you. We have Arena, then Ken, and I just ask you both to ask brief questions because, again, he has a time issue. So, Arena, you're up.
Thank you, Inspector, for joining us this evening. I actually do have a couple of questions.
One question. Okay, we got it. I promise.
The first has to do with the shooting on 92nd Street between Central Park West and Columbus. I guess it was maybe 3 weeks ago. Whether you've apprehended any of those shooters. I don't believe there were anyone was actually shot, I understand, but it was happening near the children's playground and the basketball courts. And just curious as to whether anyone has been apprehended and whether you're keeping your eye on that area as well. And then last year during the summer, during the surge, as you probably can recall, we had an extraordinary amount of fireworks going off. It actually started before the 4th of July, but ensued well into the 4th and after? And are there any plans in place to make sure we don't have a repeat of last year? Thank you, sir.
In regards to the shots fired that you talk about, that's still under investigation. We do have some video evidence letting us know who was involved, so we're still trying to identify those individuals. But that incident is still under investigation. But please do know that that's kind of the second area in which, in terms of violence, that concerns us a little bit. And definitely we saw that last year. So when we took that shots fired a couple of weeks ago, it definitely was concerning to us because it was a repeat location. So we talked about presence in Douglas. The officers that cover that area of the precinct, which is Sector Boy. Like I said, we have NCOs that cover that area. In fact, the gun arrest that I spoke about earlier was by the NCOs, and it was recovered by an individual that lives in the area, and the gun recovery was literally a block away from there. So we are trying to address, our focus is not just on Douglas, but in the area that you just talked about, and one of the guns that were recovered that I spoke about in my opening remarks were from that area and was from an individual that lives in that area as well. So our focus is not just on Douglas, but in that area as well in terms of trying to address the violence. And certainly that gun arrest helps us do that. So in terms of the fireworks, that obviously approached 1 month out from 4th of July. That's a concern that we have. So we'll definitely be addressing it. And we're hoping to get a jump on it. Last year, admittedly, it was out of control. So
Thank you.
if there's any information that any of you can help with in terms of where the fireworks are being stored, if you see people letting off fireworks, obviously we want to do it in a safe way, but tips and information from the community are important, and try to seize these fireworks and obviously make arrests on them. So
Thank you. Ken, you'll be the last one. So
Okay. First of all, I'm not sure it's appropriate to put a representative of the police in the position of commenting on an existing law. But my question is, given the additional deployments because of these shootings, does this mean there is less manpower for motor vehicle enforcement?
We have a dedicated traffic safety team. Granted, if there is some kind of protest or mobilization that goes on, they definitely get used. But I try to make sure that we don't use them. Obviously, we have a lot of traffic issues anywhere you go in the city, and their enforcement and their attention to traffic is important. I can honestly tell you that in the last 2 weeks, we have not used our traffic team for regular patrol purposes. They've been focused on pedestrian traffic safety. We got a 301 call about bicycles traveling too fast in Riverside Park, so they spent some time in Riverside Park today. So I just want you to know, even with the violence, with the shooting last week, that we have teams that are dedicated to certain issues, and traffic is one of them. We're not shortchanging those problems. So.
Thank you.
thank you. Well, thank you very much for coming and staying longer than expected, and I appreciate you showing up. I know today was a challenging logistical day for you.
Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Thank you. Okay, and I don't think we have. I've been looking around, Mark and Christian. I don't think Captain Zuber is here, and Captain Gallagher told me that it was going to be a challenge. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Great. Okay, well, let's go on. We finished a little early in our session, so I think we're good on time, and we're going to do some introductions. As I mentioned, again, I think some people were coming in as we started, but we have a lot of new stuff today, and we have our new district manager, and we have some new members. So what I thought to do was to briefly introduce Michelle. She's going to speak a little bit and introduce herself. We're not going to take Q&A today. We're going to figure that out in the future. I promised her. I met her this morning, but we did want to let her introduce herself. So without further ado, I am delighted and excited and pleased to introduce our new district manager, Michelle Booker.
Hello, greetings, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Stephen, for that wonderful remarks. Hello to all the board members, all the new board members, and community folks here this evening. I'm Michelle Booker, and I really appreciate the opportunity to serve as your district manager moving forward. Thank you very much for your confidence. Also, I just want to share a little bit about my background. I recently, for almost 4 years, have worked for Congressman Adriano Espaillat. Some of you have seen me report out during the community board meetings. Over the past year and the past several years, we do a lot of constituents work, service work. We cover a huge range of issues from housing to education, health, Department of Labor, etc. Even noise complaints as well. We also, collectively work with our DC staff. So we're, really interface and have an understanding of the legislation and how that works on the ground. And I've also worked as a project manager for several events out of the Congressman's office and community events, work with stakeholders, and I've spoken on behalf of the Congressman at several really important meetings and task force. In addition to that, I've also been appointed to the community board. I've been on community board 10 since 2014. In some of my capacity there, I've been vice chair of Health and Human Services. I've been vice chair of Personnel Committee. We have one at our board, and elected to the nominating committee. I've served on a number of committees there as well, housing, land use, education. So very well versed in some of the challenges as well as rising issues facing Manhattan and Upper Manhattan. Beyond my public service work, I've had some corporate experience. I've worked in corporate litigation for several years after law school, and a majority of it was in Japanese. So I had the opportunity to learn the language. I lived in Japan for a few years, and coming out of school, that was the work. And so I enjoyed doing that for several years. And I just wanted to say some fun facts. I have climbed Mount Fuji. I've been to Australia. I've been to South Africa for their 10th anniversary for the abolishment of apartheid. So I do like to travel. And I try to enjoy life and stay positive. So thank you for the opportunity again. Well, thank you so much.
Well, can we all give Michelle a hand and a welcome? And I will say that every time I hear more fun facts, they get more fun and more factual. So I did not know this, so I learned something new every time. We are going to be organizing events and opportunities for everyone to more intimately meet Michelle. So this will not be the only time, and this will obviously be the beginning of the process, and I will follow up. And speaking of new beginnings, we have finally got our new members. And what I thought to do, I believe they're all here. I've been cruising around. We have 4 new members. And all I'm going to do is just basically introduce them. Perhaps they can wave or say something because that'll pull you up to the screen. But I believe that you're all here. So first, Benjamin Wu, welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Benjamin. Welcome aboard.
Thanks, Steve.
Next is Daniela Alvarado.
Hi.
Alvarado. Okay. See, I wasn't sure if the O was there or not, and it's not there. So
No,
I'm glad to know.
I don't know. I need to change my name on Zoom, but I haven't done that yet. So
Okay. Well,
bear with me.
I'm known for being bad at names, but I did not see the O at the end of your name. So
It's all good.
Well, pleasure. Nice to meet
Nice to
you.
meet you.
I have Miranda Goodwin Robb, if I'm saying that correct as well.
It's Rab, like rabbit.
Okay.
Nice to
Well,
meet everyone. Hi.
pleasure. And last but certainly not least, Kristen Berger.
Hi,
Hi, Kristen. Welcome aboard. And just as the same for Michelle, we're going to plan some opportunities for you guys to meet. We also want you to peruse our committees, and we'll work through that process. But I got their names last night, about 10, so here they are. Very interesting. But hopefully, I guess, right into the fire, as they say. So welcome aboard. So with that, let's transition to our business session, and we have a jam-packed preservation committee. I think there's a couple different things that we're going to do, and I'm going to hand it over to our co-chairs, Kay and Michelle Parker.
And I think Michelle's going to start us off with our first resolution.
Okay, the first resolution, hello, everybody. The first resolution was joint with the Parks Committee, and it concerned the removal of the equestrian statue of Theodore Roosevelt on the Central Park West side of the Museum of Natural History. This was, now, as you recall, this statue is on the staircase as you approach that entrance to the museum on Central Park West. And it has been the subject of substantial controversy. I'm kind of reading from the notes and the minutes for years, because its composition places an elevated white figure, that being Theodore Roosevelt, on horseback, and generic Native American, or first, let's call them First Nation people, and an African figure in what is viewed as by some people as subservient or subordinate positions. I'm trying not to give any of my own personal opinions, so I'm reading from the notes. The museum, in conjunction with the Parks Department, now the museum's on a park grounds, statue is on park grounds. The statue belongs to New York State. The statue does not belong to the museum, but it is the Parks Department and the museum, as well as the Teddy Roosevelt members of the family, who want to remove the sculpture and replace it by finishing off the stairs and putting a small, like, silhouette of the structure that holds the statue, which the plinth. In that silhouette, it will have some remark about Teddy Roosevelt. This is what, this is a before picture. Thanks, Mark. You can see that on the right of this proposed figure, this is the proposed drawing of how to restructure the plaza without the statue. So that is basically where we are. You can see on the right what it would look like without the statue. We don't know where this sculpture is going, this statue is going. We did not have any input as to where it goes. This was an application that has to go before the Public Design Commission and then to the Landmarks Commission. And that's sort of in a nutshell. If you read our minutes, you can see there was a lot of discussion about this, and we have the museum here, but the museum and the Parks Department and the Teddy Roosevelt family came to us and said, we're going to remove this statue. So, do you have any questions?
Yeah, and just to reiterate, I think, Michelle, so quickly, there is a full staff from the Museum of Natural History. There's a handful of people, and I would say, Michelle, we can certainly allow them to sort of answer directly any questions that happened. Okay.
Great. That works for me. Now, I want to say, I don't think in our resolution we have, and the Roosevelt family. It says American Museum of Natural History and Parks. We should add that, but to be continued.
Okay, well, why don't we start going through the questions, and we'll figure that out. But again, we may want to defer. There is a full group of staff of people from the American Museum of Natural History that can answer them, as well.
That works for me, Stephen.
Great. So let's start, just starting with the top down. So Shelley, go ahead. You can ask your question.
Okay, I have two questions. The first is, are the two side figures attached to the horse and Roosevelt? I seem to remember they are.
Yes, it is a statue and they are attached. They weren't like soldered on.
Okay, so logically, everything would have to be removed or nothing removed. Okay. Second is, I had the question about the Roosevelt family, because that was the first I heard of that, if someone knows the answer. If the family wants it, that's certainly significant.
Thank you. Yes, we don't have that in our resolution, and that should be put in the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go with Peter.
Although the statue has those two figures attached, I think they're attached in a minimal way. I went to look at it the other day, and I believe that half a loaf is better than none. And I would advocate keeping the statue of Roosevelt, though not of the two figures on either side. I think it's a lot better than removing it altogether. That's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to keep helping you, Arena.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry, Arena. Do you want the museum to answer that? Or will there be discussion? Because I think a few people might be interested in that point.
Yes, why not?
Sure. Dan, do you want to, there's a question about, the question for Peter was about the opportunity. Hopefully you heard him directly about sort of separating the statues. That came up quite a bit at our committee meeting as well, but do you want to elaborate on that or give the any input from the museum?
Good evening, Stephen. Peter, as we discussed in the joint committee meeting, this is one piece of art. This isn't a piece of art that could be manipulated and dissected. So it remains one piece of art. And as I said in the previous meeting.
Thank you. Arena.
Well, Peter asked my question and Daniel answered it quite well. I do want to understand the silhouette. I can't envision it. Beverly, I don't know, it's Michelle, it's no reflection on you. I'm just wondering if the Parks Department or the museum can maybe explain a little more this outline. I don't understand it.
Yeah, I think they'll have to explain that. I can't.
So Michelle, if you could put up the image that you used to show the current to the proposed.
Mark. Thanks.
Yeah, Mark. This one, Dan?
Yes, thank you.
Mark.
Thanks, Mark. So the image on the left is the existing front of the museum. The image to the right, if you see where Mark was just circling, that's where the statue is, and you see the oval-esque shape of the plinth. So the goal here is to reimagine that the echo of that plinth or of the statue that resides over the plinth here on the right, where Mark has the cursor now, pushed back somewhat towards the upper staircase of the museum so that we could level out the lower staircase so that we recognize that this statue was here. The intent is to not just remove the statue and forget about that the statue was ever there. So that is the objective of the silhouette or the echo that would be, and Rolando, who's the architect for this design, is on the phone. And Rolando, can you just explain what material is there?
Right, so can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep, you're good.
We're taking the same shape of the plinth or the base of the statue, and we are transforming that into a 1/4-inch bronze piece that goes, it's embedded in the pavers of the terrace, but it's the same shape, same size, and like Dan said, it's pushed back obviously because otherwise it would be going down the stairs, but it's the same shape. and it's flat with the pavers of the terrace, brush with it.
And so it's flush, so it doesn't have any inscription. So you're not, is there an inscription about the previous monument, or is there any?
Hold on, I just messed up my Zoom here. I apologize.
But we can see you and hear you, Dan.
All right, so I'll just talk. So if you could go to one of the images, Michelle, towards the end of the deck, that shows where the plaques or the inscription or some type of notification will be. There would be text that would be placed in the plaza that will affirm that you have reached New York State's memorial to Teddy Roosevelt. And there will also be text that explains that the statue was there and the reason for its relocation.
I don't think I made it clear, though. If I could, maybe Dan, you could help me with this. It's not just the sculpture that's the memorial.
Correct.
Am I right?
If you could go to the image, the nice rendering that you put up of what it looks like now with the statue in front to what it would be. I think it might have been number 9. There you go, Mark. So the entire front of the museum on Central Park West and 79th Street, that beautiful facade and the bas-reliefs, if you can point to them, Mark, they're to the left and to the right of the statue, that have inscriptions of Roosevelt throughout. And then the inside on the second floor, inside the building and the first floor of the building. This is all part of the Theodore Roosevelt Memorial. The inscription on the top, if you can go back one slide, the inscription on the top where the cursor is right now, that is all recognizing that this is Theodore Roosevelt Memorial. So the statue is one element of it, which came later. It was all part of the design for the memorial, but it was installed in 1940 when the building was actually opened in 1936. But the memorial is a very, larger element than just one statue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
About that. Okay, Jay. Got to unmute yourself, Jay. You were very patient, but you were muted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had notified you and the co-chairs of the 2 committees that were involved that I was going to introduce an amendment to this resolution, and you tell me if now is the time to do it, or do you want me to wait until the end?
Yeah, then why don't I go through the other questions and then I'll come to you. And I did see the I don't know if it's friendly amendment, but I know you communicated. So why don't we go through the other questions?
Oh, actually, it's not a friendly amendment. Unless the committee chairs want to make it so, which, by the way, is perfectly fine with me.
Jay, you're very friendly, but I didn't regard it as that.
We'll decide if it's friendly or foe, but all I'm saying is I'll go through the rest of the questions and then I'll.
Let's just say it's a contrary amendment.
I take no judgment. I'm just going to say an amendment. But let's go through the other questions and I'll come back to you. But okay. So Ethel. You got to unmute yourself, Ethel. Ethel, you got to unmute yourself. Nope. Ethel, I'm sure that you are saying incredibly powerful things, but we are not hearing them. So I'm going to go to somebody else and let's see if we can get yours to work, okay? And I'm going to move on to Susan.
Thank you so much. I agree with everything that Peter said. I was very troubled at the presentation at the committee level that there was no explanation of where the sculpture was going. To me, it felt a little bit like witness protection, kind of like it was going to some undisclosed location. And I also was concerned about the $2.1 million cost, whether or not that was going to be borne by the city or by the museum. And I really do think that we should find some way to maintain some sculpture of Teddy Roosevelt in front of the museum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. Mark?
Sorry, I was trying to help Ethel unmute and okay.
So
So
I'm going to pick somebody else and come back?
Nope, it's fine. Quick points, because many that I wanted to say have already been made, so I'll add without repeating. I do find trouble with taking apart a unified sculpture, a unified work of art. Whatever we think of that work of art, it should be and remain one work of art. The other addition that I'd like to add to that is that I view museums the same way I view educational institutions of all stripes. And I believe that the First Amendment protects the mission of an educational institution. And so one of the things I found very powerful in the presentation at committee was the statement, I think Dan made it, that it is that the museum finds the continued presence of the sculpture inconsistent with its mission. And I don't believe that government should tell an educational institution what its mission is. So therefore, I think that in terms of, oh, and by the way, there are two things that we need to be, in effect, voting on tonight. One of which is the removal of the sculpture, and then the other is what goes in its place if it's removed. So I don't think that I feel very strongly that that the mission issue of whether the statue stays or goes is one that I can tell that I can overrule an educational institution on. And then with respect to the what is going to replace it, I find it to be perfectly appropriate. Thanks for the chance to speak.
Thank you, Mark. Rich Robbins?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to start with a question, which I don't want to get answered right away because I want to give my thoughts after, but I'm wondering what our standard of review is and what we should be considering in deciding on how to vote. But I'm really deeply unsettled in a lot of ways. I think the statue is troubling, and I agree with the sentiment, especially when the museum and the family is troubled by the statue. So I think making some kind of change is warranted. I'm troubled by the idea of just removing it, putting it in some undisclosed place, never to be seen again, and not replacing it with something acknowledging one Teddy Roosevelt, who is, obviously a complex character from a long time ago, living in times that were very different from now, who did a number of troubling things, as well as a number of things that we think are positive, but a complex figure. Then there are the other people in the statue who played an important role in our history, who we also just be erasing from where they are right now. And again, the statue is offensive, that they should not be kept in the way they are, but is the answer just to remove them? I don't know that I agree with this idea that a piece of art should not be separated, but that it's okay to take a piece of art and put it in an undisclosed location, never to be seen again. I think maybe an answer is to have some statue of Teddy Roosevelt, as well as some statue of the other important figures, but not in the current setting in which they are. But I think the current idea of just removing it and leaving a pedestal etched in the ground feels just really unsatisfying to me. And I don't know that it's achieving the museum's mission. I don't know that it's achieving our desire to pay tribute to not just Teddy Roosevelt, but other important Americans who played a role, but also were put in unfortunate situations by Teddy Roosevelt and others. And I think that there might be some better solution. So I don't know what it is, though I do think that—
Thank you, Rich.
I do think the idea of separating the statue might have some merit.
Thank you, Rich. Jay, I'm going to see if community have some questions, and then we'll come back to you. Christian, is there any community questions?
No.
No. Okay, then I'm going to bring it back to Jay, who I believe had some communication before and has some ideas to share.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. First of all, I wanted to say, just as an aside, that we're witnessing a tsunami event this evening because I totally agree with Rich.
Excuse me, I thought, I'm sorry, the bigger event was that Rich and I agree.
Well, but we're having agreement of some people, so.
Anyway, just a couple of observations. First of all, about some of the background, and then I'll ask you to put the amendment, my proposed amendment, before the board. And some of this has been covered. I think it's important to note that in 2018, it was actually following Charlottesville, I believe, the mayor created a commission to review all of the statues within the city. And the commission was divided, but ultimately the conclusion was to leave the statute as it was with Teddy Roosevelt and the two individuals in place, and create a display, if you will, with the history of the statue, how it came about. And the commission made the point, as has the museum during this process, that the decision to remove the statue of Roosevelt and these two other figures is not and should not be construed as an implication that Roosevelt himself was either a colonialist or a racist or a white supremacist in any way. And we note that these are very different times than when the statue was conceived, and the symbolism was very benign in terms of the intent of the designing architect and the sculptor. But I think it's perfectly appropriate that we recognize that we live in a different era, under a different political and social set of norms. And ultimately, I think it was appropriate for the museum to review the status of this statue. And my amendment to this proposed resolution does not oppose dealing with this issue. It just proposes to do it in a different way. As far as the family's consent to this, my view of that is, while it's certainly a positive, as opposed to the possibility that they might have opposed it, I think that the concern was that in this day and age, they were concerned that by leaving the statute as it is currently constituted would give the perception, even if it was inaccurate, a negative perception of Teddy Roosevelt. And I think, given the choice of removing the statue and living with that in perpetuity, that perception, was a logical choice for them to make. The museum also, if they had a different viewpoint about leaving the statue, it's very clear that from now forever in the future, they would be embroiled in a controversy. So I understand the museum's ultimate decision to deal with this. As far as the viewing of deassembling this statute as somehow violative of the fact that it's a work of art, first I give my good friend Dan Slippen credit for a very diplomatic answer to the question as to whether it can be separated. And maybe he and Mark have a legitimate concern about that. But Rich alluded to the fact that if this statute is removed and removed in toto, it is not being relocated. And part of my resolution is to change the caption of the application from a relocation application to a removal application. This question was raised several times at the joint committee meeting, and the folks representing the museum conceded that they don't have an alternative repository for displaying this statute. And the logical fact is that for all of the reasons that the museum is removing or proposes to remove the statute are all of the reasons why there is no cultural or educational institution in the country in this political and social era that would take this statute and display it. So as I said at the committee meeting, removing this statute is to put it into storage and consign it to oblivion.
So Jay, just can we just respectfully, from a timing perspective, what I know that you had some ideas, and hopefully we can put them forward.
Well, okay, I can introduce my proposed amendment to the.
I think that's what you wanted to do, right? You had a
yes, absolutely, and I notified you and the co-chairs.
No, I'm just
so that they again evaluate it and have their comments ready. So
we just would be very interested to hear what you say instead of appreciating your great intellect, but please.
Thanks, Linda.
Please what?
Let's just,
please get to your
why don't
point.
you move, let's just, Jay, why don't you put forward the things that you wanted to either to put forward in the email that you put forward. I don't know if Michelle or Kay just, apparently as a background, Jay offered some alternative text.
I have a copy of that.
This was given to Michelle and Kay. This was done beforehand, and I don't know. Maybe we just should ask Michelle or Kay if they have an opinion on that,
Sure.
and we'll figure out what to do from there.
What his?
Can you put it on the shared screen, Stephen?
I know, Christian, can you do that?
I don't have it.
Can we hear it?
Yeah.
If somebody can email it to me, I can pull it up real quick.
What is it we're looking for?
There was an email.
I'll do it.
Why don't you
I'll
do it,
email it.
Michelle? You can share your computer and pull up your email if you can.
It's not particularly long.
Hold on for a second.
Jay, is it up on your computer? You can share as well.
You know, I sent it to Stephen.
Yeah, I'm going to read it as we do this.
With the caveat that I have no idea how to work this.
Let's just hear it if it's not that long, please.
Okay.
It has M&S by now.
There's
three by now.
Okay, I can do it anytime. Stephen, do you want me to read it?
I'll read the three, Jay, and if Michelle, you want to try and pull it up as we do this. So the first one is to replace the word relocation with removal in the description of the application. The second thing is to delete the last two paragraphs of the recitation of the facts. The third one is to delete the current resolution clauses A and B and replace with the following. The following would be, therefore be resolved that Community Board 7 Manhattan, a removal, disapproves of the application to remove the statue of Theodore Roosevelt from the Memorial Plaza leading to the Central Park West entrance of the American Museum of Natural History as inappropriate to the history and character of the museum. And that would be replaced by request that the applicant resubmits the application with a proposal to disassemble the statue, retain the portion of the Theodore Roosevelt on the horseback as its current location, install the Native Americans and African figures to a prominent and appropriate location within the museum complex. So just to factually understand, just to reiterate this, the first 3 points were some modifications, but the last part is to actually basically change it. I mean, so I think we're gonna have to do multiple votes on this. I'm just trying to get the logistics down. So I'm gonna have to get Richard involved a little bit.
Stephen, before
let's do one vote
before you go
unless
any
unless anybody wants to.
I'm going to ask everyone to be quiet right now,
got a whole
except
bunch
Richard and myself, because there's a logistical issue we have to go through.
Unless somebody desperately wants to break it up, let's just vote on the resolution, the amendment as it is with all of its parts. People can speak to any of those parts. They can propose changes if they want. But, you know, we have umpteen resolutions tonight, and we're still on the first one.
I understand that, but I don't know if that is what Jay is specifically offering. Jay is offering to What are you offering, Jay? Jay is offering technically a different resolution, correct? Correct me if I'm
Correct.
wrong.
He's made a substitute resolution and we can debate it.
Stephen, it's Clary. As Jay said several times, he also sent his substitute to me and to Barbara, and I've now emailed it to Mark, so it may be possible for Mark to put it up.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to work through the logistics of what we have
hey,
to do, and I'm
Stephen,
speaking.
may I make a comment
Sure.
on process? There are two choices. I could have prepared an amendment, proposed an amendment, which would have to be seconded and voted on. The reason I didn't do it as a complete substitute resolution was because the prime resolution is lengthy, contains a long statement of fact, which I would have had to incorporate. But you're absolutely correct. This is an amendment, which I will need a second of, which will require a vote, and it will reverse the result of the prime amendment. So I don't think it's a big deal. We just take a vote.
I'll call the question.
The amendment
I'm
having
just
been
trying
made,
to, again,
I'll second.
Steve, the amendment having been made,
yes.
the discussion at this point is limited to the amendment. And then we have to vote on the amendment before we return to the primary resolution, unless the amendment carries, in which case it becomes the resolution.
Exactly. Thank you, Richard. So now we are going to, because it's been seconded, and Mark, I don't know if this point you can pull it up. Jay
I
has
can.
offered a.
Shall I do that now?
Yes, an alternative resolution and amendment, and we are going to debate that and then vote on that. If that passes, that stays. If that doesn't pass, then we will vote on the original resolution. Correct, Richard?
I'd like to object.
Let me just ask Richard first, and
we
then
need to vote.
I'd like to ask Richard first, and then I'll ask you, Shelley.
He said what he agreed already.
I'd like to ask Richard first, and then I'll be happy to ask you. Richard, do you want to reiterate what you said?
No, what I said was if this amendment passes, that's the resolution. If it doesn't pass, we go back to debating the original resolution or we accept other amendments.
Great. Shelley, did you want to make a statement to
Yeah,
Richard's comment?
if we discuss this and vote on the amendment then goes into the resolution and then the resolution is voted on.
Correct.
That would be an extra
Shelley is-
step, but you arrive at the same place.
Yes.
I think
Just in terms of process.
Okay. So we're now having conversation about this amendment.
Yeah, and you'll allow Dan Slippin to speak again?
Yep. I just want to make sure that we're organized. There are several hands raised. Many of those were raised before we got to this point. So if you want to speak to this amendment, I'm going to call you. I'm going to allow Dan Slippins to speak first, and then I will go through people with the raised hand to speak to this amendment.
Thank
Dan,
you.
did you want to say something?
Yes, Stephen. First, if you could let Jenny Lancis from the Parks Department in. She has one thing to say. And I would also like Bill Higgins, who spoke at the Parks and Preservation Committee and meeting, to say a few words in regards to this amendment. So Bill, can you start until we get Jenny in?
She's in now.
Surely I can. I'm Bill Higgins. I'm the historic preservation consultant to the Museum of Natural History, and I'll be brief. I think that when we look at what historic preservation is about, it is about respect for the physical fabric of historic places, but it is also about something that's perhaps more subtle and less difficult to resolve, which is respect for the meaning of the historic fabric. And the troubling fact that meaning can change substantially over time, even if the fabric itself does not change. And that is what's happened here. There were issues implicit in this sculpture from the very beginning, but that sculpture came into being in a world that's quite different from today's world. and the aspects of a message about all sorts of things, racial hierarchy and white superiority, and sorry, issues of differences between the races, hierarchical differences, have all been in there all along, and they have all been disputed and protested for a long time. And now, in rather unprecedented times, for reasons we've all lived through, the problematic nature of this message is more powerfully evident than it has ever been. And it's been said from the very beginning that the Roosevelt Memorial consists of many elements, not just the sculpture, prominent as that is, but the whole system of stairways and terraces and the building itself and leading to the Roosevelt Memorial Hall. It's all the multidimensional memorial to a multidimensional person. And what the museum and the city and the Roosevelt family are asserting at this point is that the change in the meaning of this sculpture has really distorted the message of Roosevelt's multidimensional character. And it has concentrated a powerful spotlight on one aspect, not necessarily of Roosevelt's character, but of the ongoing character of this nation, that really distorts the balanced multidimensional portrait that was intended. So without going further, unless you want me to, I would say that we can't just concentrate on the physical fabric, important as that is, but this subtle, troubling issue of meaning is something that is absolutely behind the proposal to make this change. And one thing I'll add, I'm adding this personally now, and perhaps I have no right to do that, but I will. I have thought, like all of us, what might be done, and might the figures of the Native American and the African persons be removed? And they might. But besides artistic integrity, which is a validly debatable question, I just always find myself asking myself the question of what would happen then is that the white person on horseback would remain and the two non-white figures would depart. And I think, like so many alternate solutions to this problem, it presents its own problems, which could be themselves debated for a long time. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bill. Dan, did you want your other associate to speak briefly? And then we've got to get into the questions. So if it could be brief, I'd appreciate it.
Is Jenny on? Jenny?
Yep, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So I just wanted to speak on behalf of the city, specifically about the concern about the relocation. And I do want to stress that this is indeed a relocation. We have identified a cultural institution that is dedicated to the life and legacy of Teddy Roosevelt, where this piece would go. It would go to this institution or its grounds, and we're still finalizing those details, so they aren't public yet. But I do want to stress that it is, in fact, a relocation, not just a removal. And it really wouldn't be something in the city's interests or that we've ever done before, where we would essentially agree to consign one of our permanent works to the ether. That just, is not city policy. And so I just wanted to stress to the community board here that it is not a removal strictly. It is, in fact, a relocation.
Okay. So we have a lot of hands raised. I'm going to make the announcement that we have to keep everyone brief, just so you know, just to give everyone a timing check. We'll estimate we have 12 other items, and we will most likely finish this item at the estimated time of finishing all 12 of them. So we're going to be going quite into the night. So if everyone can be brief and to the point, and we're going to be sort of aggressive and timing people. Roberta, you had your hand up first.
Thank you. I want to say three things. First of all, as a child, I loved going to the museum, and I loved the plaza where there were, I believe, 12 different attributes of Roosevelt, and you could go up and see in the stone around the plaza all the different attributes of Roosevelt, and that was really fabulous. And when my boys were old enough to go to the museum, they also loved it. I've always found the statue to be a bit offensive, and so did my kids. Second of all, the Roosevelt Hall is very impressive and beautiful. There is a wonderful statue of Roosevelt in the lower entrance, the carriage entrance, of Roosevelt sitting near a bench. And I'm often there, and I see guests coming to the museum and getting selfies. And I will often, if I'm there, I'll take photos of people sitting with Roosevelt himself. So I think the museum itself is a memorial to Roosevelt. I don't think the statue adds anything. And a couple of years ago, the museum had an exhibit upstairs, I believe on the second floor, an interactive exhibit asking museum goers about the statue, and they could talk about it and talk about their opinions. So I think the community is very supportive of removing the statue at this point. So I will vote against Jay's amendment, and I will vote for the resolution.
Thank you. Catherine?
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the committee for putting together this great resolution. I agree with what Roberta just said. And I thank Bill for communicating so clearly, as well as Jennifer. I think I support the original resolution, not the amendment. I think the museum put a lot of thought and information into this. And I don't think that the statue should be destroyed. I think it should be relocated and preserved. The statue is harmful because it communicates racism and white supremacy. And I think removing the two, as Bill articulated, would also communicate the wrong message. And finally, I think it's the wrong message for the community board to communicate that we disapprove this change, which I think is positive. And I support the museum's decision as well as the original resolution. I think the committee.
Thank you, Catherine. Richard Ash.
Yes, I come from this from the perspective of someone who's been going to this museum for 70 odd years. And as a child, I was thrilled and delighted to see this horse and the figure on the horse. As I grew older, I was appalled to see the figures next to him and symbolically in an inferior position. I don't think that this statue in its current form should be displayed anywhere. And I'm a little concerned that the city is considering giving it to some other cultural institution for display. I think it should be put in mothballs. I withdraw that. I think that it is technically feasible to keep the statue of the president where it is and remove the other figures. That's probably the best thing, and kids for generations to come will be able to thrill at this horse. But to take this statue that everybody here agrees should be removed and put it somewhere else at some other cultural institution, I think is a disservice to the city.
Thank you, Richard. Louisa. Louisa? Gotta unmute yourself. So we still can't hear you, Louisa. I don't know if you're having problems with your computer.
Thank you for the resolution. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. Okay. I appreciate what people said, especially Mr. Higgins, the idea of not just the two secondary statues, but the whole idea of a man on a horse triumphant is something that is not appropriate nowadays. The city actually has a number of statues that are no longer appropriate and that are being changed or removed. And I don't think that because something was there, there's one of a doctor over on Fifth Avenue on the east side who performed appalling gynecological experiments on Black women. That is being changed. There is no reason to keep these or to in some way say, well, that was wonderful then. It can be documented, it can be put in books, but it is not our need to be concerned about where they are going to go. And I agree with Richard that actually giving it to another institution has its own problems. So I am for the resolution. I must admit, I also loved the whole statue in the entrance when I was a kid, but looking at it now, it is incredibly inappropriate to this day and age.
Thank you, Louisa. Linda?
I just want to say this. I think that this discussion, I think the Second Amendment that's been proffered by Jay is really the ultimate reflection of hypocrisy. If this were a statue of Robert E. Lee or Jefferson Davis or any of the icons of our southern portion of our states, we would have no compunctions about removing it. And here's a statue with the iconography that is so offensive in this world. It's like if we're going to be this woke, then go back to sleep. We remove the statue. There'll be something else there. Maybe there'll be an opportunity for another statue moving further down the line. But the fact of the matter is, this was evidently a well thought out resolution, the initial one, and it was a well discussed one and a well debated one. And now we're getting into a 25-minute debate over on how we should be super woke to do just the opposite of what we should be doing. The symbolism is bad, and that's all there is to it. And if it were an example, as I just said, of other icons, whether Jefferson Davis or Robert E. Lee, we wouldn't have any discussion here. Same deal, folks.
Thank you, Linda. Paige? Paige, you there?
Yep, I'm there. Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything because I'd already tore the ear off of our chair over the weekend because I was so upset with the resolution that had been drafted that went so off base. Bill Higgins is a dear friend and a colleague, and I just want to give you 3 points to help clear your conscience and stop the piss and vinegar about this discussion. First of all, the museum is the institution, along with its board of directors, that should be making the decision. Museums have vast holdings. I worked in the Metropolitan Museum. It's built over a water tunnel that has so much stuff in it that it would take centuries for it all to be exhibited. It's all there for curating and for scholars and people who want to look at what happens to the interpretation of art in history. There's an issue of stewardship, and the museum, I think, has gone above and beyond, finding a place where it may go for exhibit, or certainly putting it in a relocation housing, which actually will protect it from the elements, and it will survive even through more eons, or storage for scholars to come back and look at this and reassess. We're constantly reevaluating our position in society. You wouldn't do this to a nude Picasso at MoMA and cut off a nude boob or something that's offensive so your kids won't see it. And I think I'm sick of this community board taking sides because we have to sanitize and make everything like oatmeal palatable to everyone. And sometimes we can't do that. So in this case, I urge this committee, our community, to support the museum, let them do their job, and give us the opportunity to keep something whole, not carved up. You know, this isn't something like you're removing a tooth. It's a piece of art, and it represents a particular point in time where this man was venerated. So I hope you support the application and support the museum. That's really the most important thing, because they can be a leader, because this won't be the first monument to be moved, I can assure you. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Clary?
A couple things. I wasn't going to say this, but I'm confused by what Paige said, because as I understand it, if the statue goes anywhere, it's not going to stay at the museum. So that is, I think, clear. There have been a number of factual statements by people during the discussion that are incorrect. It's not worth trying to sort those out. I think that Jay's amendment, which is not on the screen now, there are some aspects of it which I think are correct. I think, but it's clear that people don't want to parse Jay's amendment and vote on part of it in one way and part of it in another. So I think that I don't want to discuss it anymore. We know this is a done deal. We could talk about it as long as we like, and that's what we do, and it's part of what we're charged with doing. But I think we know in the real world that this statue is going. Probably it may or may not go to Sagamore Hill. It's hard to imagine that the Parks Department, which is being coy about this, means anywhere other than Sagamore Hill. It's not staying at the museum, but the fact is it's a done deal, and whatever. We should just vote the way we want.
Thank you, Clary. Robert?
First of all, it's gratifying to hear that so many of the committee, the board members are on the same page. When I was young, I would engage in some magical thinking and imagine that there was a burial ground for artwork, including sculpture and paintings, whatever that was egregiously anachronistic and out of step with current times. And as we go into our own age of reason, which is this heightened awareness of equity, we are visiting all of this. So a few have mentioned it. So then I would wonder that if the Teddy Roosevelt statue would go to the same mausoleum or burial ground with the Marion Sims. Someone mentioned Robert E. Lee, which is one of the iconic figures for the anachronism of this day, and the community in the South and Congress are all agreed that it has to go away. And I think by now it has already gone away. And that, and I thought that the young lady from the city, the representatives, was about to tell us exactly where this statue would be sent to what I was calling earlier, as I said, the burial ground for this sort of artwork. I'm not sure where Sagamore Hill is, but if that's a place for it, and I agree that it should be somewhere out of the public view for researchers. Researchers should have access to absolutely everything. There are rooms in the New York Public Library, like the economics room, which I had given special access to when I was a student, that no one gets into, but you have to have special permission because there's so much material in there that is so delicate and explosive. And but if you're doing historic research and if they think that you have the mind to sort this sort of thing out, then it should be accessible to you. So I never took the position that it should be melted down as we would melt down some valuable iron ore and repurposed, but that it should go somewhere. I would like to know where it would go. It's got to come down. There is no question about it. Deeply offensive. We were offended by it at the age of 10 years old. Because we're Black and Latino. And
thank you, Robert. I'm going to ask you to wrap up your comments, and if you have a question, I'll let it answer.
Okay, so this just my magical thinking is being made real today with this, and along with the Marion Sims, and that these the times have changed. We're in our age of reason. We call it equity, and it's time that the public space respect and reflect where our consciousness is elevated to. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Robert. I'm going to take a pause for a minute because we've had a lot of community board conversation. Christian, do we have community, any community people who want to speak to this issue?
No.
Okay, then I'll continue on. We're going to stay with first time ask call speakers. We both have both the chairs who are patiently waiting, and then we have a couple second timers who want to speak. Paul, do you want to unmute yourself? I think your hand is raised.
Yes. I hope what Hope was saying was that the statue remains just the way it is, where it is. The exhibits inside the museum were killed and stuffed to put on display. That's trophy hunting. So if you're not going to change that, then why change the statue? Just leave it where it is, the way it is. It's part of our history. It's the history of New York. Just leave it. This cancel culture stuff is getting out of hand. You know, you want to cancel stuff, you got to be selective about it. This is not being selective. This is foolish. And
Thank you, Paul.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Paul. Ira?
Thankfully, we are not the Community Board of Georgia trying to figure out what to do with Stone Mountain. Everybody know what Stone Mountain is? Thankfully, we don't have that problem. There is a museum on the outside of Budapest, which has a collection of Stalinist memorabilia and monuments throughout Eastern Europe were bought there. And it's in a park at the end of a train, the end of a bus. And that's what they did with all the monuments, whether they were busts of Stalin, busts of Lenin, or heroic statues of manual labor or giant tractors or whatever it is. What we're being asked here is a very simple question. This is the Preservation Committee for the most part. I understand there's also the parks piece of it, but this is a preservation issue. Do we worry about a lintel? Do we worry about a window? Is this any different than that? This is a piece of the historic fabric that no longer works with the design. Are we saving the doors from the First Christian Science Church and asking them to display them? No, we're not. So let's put the statue somewhere else and vote on the original resolution.
Thank you, Ira. Kay?
Thanks, Stephen. I won't repeat any of the comments that have gone before, many of which I agree with. The committee very carefully considered all the angles of this and overwhelmingly voted, both committee members, Preservation and Parks, and the other board members who are present, overwhelmingly voted to support the original resolution, and I urge the community board to do that. I want to say one final word in favor of the proposed changes to the plaza. I do think it opens up the space. It creates a more inviting place, both the plaza and the stairs leading up to the main entrance. And to me, it mirrors the sister institution on the other side of the park with the majestic stairs leading up to a grand entry. So that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, Kay. Michelle?
Thank you. I love you, Jay, but I cannot support your amendment. We worked long and hard on this. And another day we can talk about why artists don't like their work chopped up. I agree with what Paige said. Just a real quick thing. In that movie Amadeus, when Salieri first heard Mozart play, Salieri got really jealous. And he was asked by the king, what do you think of this young Mozart's music? Salieri said, I think he has too many notes in the music. So
thank you, Michelle.
We can't chop this statue up.
It's okay, Michelle, not the first time someone broke up with me.
I want to keep this moving diligently. We're into the 8 o'clock time, just to give some timing checks for everybody. So there are 3 people that are repeat conversations. I'd ask that you guys keep it very brief because you've had time already to speak and make your points. Peter, did you want to make a brief rebuttal conversation?
Yes, thank you. I think you also need to look at the museum without the statue. I think the statue was an integral part of the whole entrance. And I think by eliminating it because of the 2 Indian figures, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think it's a shame. I think by removing the statue, we all know it'll never appear anywhere else. And I think the entrance to the museum will be seen as more naked. And I strongly agree with Jay and the resolution to keep it, or in some part, take off the two Indian figures, but keep them off to one side maybe, but keep the statue of Roosevelt.
Thank you. Richard, brief comment?
Me or Richard Hash?
Yourself. You're the last, you and Jay are the last two. So brief comment, please, because you've had
So,
your chance.
as I said before, the statue is offensive and inappropriate, especially given that the museum and the family agree. But I'm convinced by Bill Higgins, we shouldn't split the statue. It's too problematic in too many ways, and removing the other figures is even more problematic. I asked Jay if he might change his amendment to say that we'd remove the current statue, but call on the museum to consider replacing it with statues of Roosevelt, a Native American leader, and an African American leader on equal standing. Otherwise, I think we should vote against Jay's amendment, and I don't think we should get into what happens with the statue. I think that's beyond tonight's conversation.
Thank you. So Jay, we'll wrap up with you. You can comment on Rich.
Yeah,
and if you can make
I'll be quick. About a question, Rich. I missed what you said. Did you say another statute?
I think we should call for them to get rid of the original, but maybe amend it to call on them to have other statues replacing it.
Including Roosevelt?
Including Roosevelt, a Native American leader, and an African American leader. Because I don't.
Just to clarify, Jay, so you heard, he's asking to replace it.
Right.
So take it away, but with 3 different ones, just so you hear it right. And if you can make a comment, I think it's time for us to vote on this issue.
I think, and Susan had suggested that at one point, whether the museum could commit to a replacement statute focused on Teddy Roosevelt. I would consider that a better alternative to having no reference, no statue there. So I would include that as if they don't agree to separate the figures and keep Roosevelt on a horse as an alternative. But my first preference is to separate the figures and keep the monument to Teddy Roosevelt as it is. But I
don't know if you heard me say, I think separating the figures is too problematic. I agree with Bill.
Actually, Rich.
Question, folks, we've heard everybody.
I'm trying to just sum up quickly.
I would like, let's all settle down. We're late into a call, but we're going to finish this up. Please stop speaking out of tune. Jay, please summarize what you're going to say, and we're going to vote. That's it. And please, others, there is you want to send me an email, you want to send me a text, but it's not helpful to keep speaking out. So let's keep this meeting moving. Jay, summarize it, and we're ready to vote.
So quickly summarizing it, Rich, at the committee meetings, Mr. Higgins verified that in fact it can be done. The issue of whether that would somehow be perceived negatively as removing those 2 figures, in my opinion, would be compensated by, as my amendment states, placing them in a prominent and appropriate location within the museum complex. And just to clarify everything, I agree, there's no one on the board, including myself, that thinks, I shouldn't say that, but I don't think that given all the factors, it should remain as is. But I think it's a simple solution. It can be done. This is a monumental, iconic statue that is part of the fabric of the city of New York. It's recognized nationwide and worldwide. And if it's just removed under the proposal the museum has put forward, we will be left with steps, period. It's just not the same. There is a solution. It can be done. And I think it would satisfy all of the objectives, objections, which are legitimate.
Okay, does someone want to call the vote?
Call the question.
Someone's want a second.
Don't need a second to calling a question.
Okay, thank you, Richard, but I'll take that as a second. Let's vote. So Bev or Julian, how are we dividing our duties this week? Or this month, I should say?
I'll do the vote.
You're going to do the vote. So those who are in favor of Jay's amendment, please vote yes now.
Okay, I will look for physical hands. Right
Yes.
now, okay, Peter is one. And I don't see any others. And there are 4 blue hands.
Correct.
So that's 5 in favor.
Okay, let's, Christian, take the hands down. For those against.
Again, let me start with the physical hands. If I see
This
Paul.
is against the
Against
amendment.
Jay's amendment.
Yeah.
I see Paul Fisher. Other. And I see Audrey. And I.
Sorry, Beverly, Linda Alexander.
Okay, Linda. And then there are 33 blue hands, so that's 36 opposed.
Christian, take the hands down. Okay, Barbara, take all the hands down again. Thank you. Abstaining, I'm abstaining. Anybody else abstaining?
Shelley?
Blanche is abstaining.
Well, Shelley has his digital hands up. So there are 2, myself and Blanche that are physicals. Anybody else physical? And then 2 digitals.
So that's 4 altogether, I'm sorry.
That's 4 abstainings.
Okay, so 4 abstaining.
Any for cause? Just verbally say it, please. Okay, so that is the vote. And the amendment is defeated.
5 to 36 to 4 to 0.
Yeah, so now we're going to vote on the original resolution.
I have a question, Stephen. Before I mentioned that we didn't have included in this resolution, it says American Museum of Natural History and Parks, and we should add "and the Roosevelt family." Is that like a friendly amendment?
Well,
It's your amendment. It's your resolution.
Her amendment, so couldn't make it.
Point of clarification.
I didn't
We're
hear
gonna
the
vo-
answer.
The answer is, it's your resolution. You can add it as your own friendly amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to make sure that fact is entered into the resolution. And that's in paragraph 7 after the line that says this resolution is based on the following facts. And it's 7 paragraphs down.
Great. So let's vote.
Before we go to vote,
Those in favor of the original resolution, please
well,
vote
before,
now.
point of order though, the resolution as written has 2 parts, it's 2 separate votes.
Say that again, Christian.
The resolution as written has 2 separate votes. It's not just 1 vote, it's 2 separate votes.
We can combine the 2.
We can combine the 2, but in your voting sheet, number 1 and number 2 is part A and part B on the first resolution.
Okay.
All right.
So for the voting sheet, what do you want to make it, Christian? Don't we have
Number 1 on the voting sheet is 1A, and number 2 on the voting sheet is 1B.
Okay, everyone got that?
Yep. A
Okay.
is removal and B is replacement, right? Yep.
Yes.
How do you vote, yes or no? Keep it or don't keep it?
We are now voting on the original resolution. That's what we're voting on.
Both parts.
And that's to keep it?
That's to remove it.
That's to remove it. The original resolution is to remove it. So
Remove
if you
the
don't want
statute
it to remove,
and
you vote against this, which I believe is your position.
Right, so
But-
remove the statue and replace the stones on the plaza.
Yes. So everyone, please raise your hand and or your digital hand. Bev, do you want to go through the physical hands? Mine
I'm
is up.
sorry
Physical
to
hands.
interrupt one moment, Stephen.
Mhm.
I'm new to this. Am I voting on that voting sheet at the same time as we're doing this hand raise?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So you'll do this, and then as a backup, you're doing that, and we'll have 2 voting records.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so physical hands, I see Linda, Steve, Audrey,
Kristen.
Kristen. And that's it, plus 30.
Did you, Linda? Did you see Linda's hand?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was 4 physical hands plus 35
5 digital. And they're
digital,
vast. Someone's got taking it up and down. So now I see 34.
34. Okay, 34 plus 4 is 38.
Okay. Christian, you want to take the hands down? Great. Everyone against the resolution. Paul, as long as you're using your digital hand, you don't have to raise it. You are using your digital hand, just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Um,
It was an Amber Alert.
Physical hands, I see none. And there are 4 digital hands. So 4.
Okay, you got that, Bev?
4.
Okay, Christian, anyone abstaining?
Blanche.
Blanche is abstaining. That's 1 verbal.
Paige.
And Albert is,
Paige is also. So you have 2 hands or verbals.
and 1 the digital.
Yes. And then anybody for cause. Just verbalize, please. Okay. We are now, it passed, and we have now officially done item 1.
Thank
That
you.
was-
Thank you,
that was
everybody.
easy.
Thank you.
We're off and
everybody.
running.
Thank
What was the
you
vote?
Move to
Okay.
adjourn.
What was the vote?
38 4 to 3 to 0.
What about the second resolution on the 1B on the sheet? Do we just vote the same way we voted for 1A?
That's how you vote.
Yes.
There needs to be a
Thank you,
separate vote.
Christian.
If anybody,
there needs to be a
if
separate
anybody
vote.
wants to have a different vote against the Part B who voted for it, or for it who voted against it, then we should have a separate vote. Otherwise, we can dispense with it. We can combine the 2 in 1.
I'm
Does
scrolling.
anybody want to change? Anybody want a different vote?
You
Richard,
should have a
Okay.
separate
scrolling.
vote. They're really 2 different issues.
Okay, everyone has to stop speaking.
All right,
We're gonna
we
get
see
order back to
somebody,
this.
Stephen, I'm
Shelley,
scrolling.
Robert,
I'm
please stop
scrolling
talking
up and
for a
down,
minute.
and I don't see, Stephen, I don't see a 1B.
Okay,
So let's do what Richard said. Just do 1, because I can't find 1B anyway.
Robert,
There's-
you can't all talk at once. I heard what you said. Multiple people are talking, and we can't have order that way. So we have an option. My suggestion is just to vote on this option B, because we didn't combine it together, and it'll go quicker. So we are going to now vote on the second part of this.
Where is
Okay.
it, Stephen?
Stephen?
Where is it?
I just had success by refreshing my page and then I got both options because I also was struggling.
Yeah. If you had the form open from the beginning of the meeting, refresh it so that you can
Okay,
get
yes,
the up to date.
yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you, thank you.
So are we in agreement that we are going to, Richard, I think it's best, can you walk us through
That's
that we
fine.
vote on this because of where we're at?
all right, the vote we just took was on Part A. We're now taking a vote on Part B.
Okay, Michelle, do you want to speak briefly to the Part B?
Let's just vote.
No, not I.
Okay,
Yep,
can we
I think
call
I
the
already did.
question?
Right,
Yep.
you already did.
Great, let's call the question. So we're
Thank
now
you.
voting on the second part of it. Those in favor, yes.
Okay,
What are we voting on again? Didn't we vote on this? So I can. I voted.
physical hands, I see Steve.
The second half of it.
Yeah, Natasha, this resolution had part A and part B.
I know, but we voted on that.
I know, but some people got confused, so now we're voting on part B separately from part A.
All right.
Thank you.
I see one physical hand.
Mine's up.
That was the one I saw.
Okay, you don't have to put your hand up if you have your digital hands up.
And I see 30 digital hands.
Yep, so that's 31. Christian, lower the hands against part B.
I don't see any physical hands, and I see 5 digital hands.
Yep, that's what I see. Anyone abstaining? Please speak up if you're raising or on the screen.
Paige,
So Paige is abstaining. You have 1 verbal.
And 2 digital, so 3.
Yep. And any for cause? Okay, none.
31 to 5 to 3 to 0.
Okay, let's go to item 2.
Stephen, if I may, for the benefit of the new members, the what we say for cause is really non-eligible to vote, so you don't get confused.
Yep, thank you. Let's move on to number 2.
That's you, Kay?
I'll take number 2.
Thank you.
I think this should be a lot quicker. Couldn't be longer. And yes, and we do have one more substantial one that'll come right after this. But let's first take a look at 120 West 74th Street. Mark, if you could call that up. It's a.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I gotta. Here it is.
Right. Okay. This concerns a rear yard extension that we already approved a few years back. And the difference you can see between the middle image and the one on the right, they would like to add a floor to, yeah, if you could slide that over, Mark. Okay, they would like to add a floor to that rear extension and also do a brick cladding instead of stucco. That's essentially what is being asked in this resolution.
Okay, any
met-
questions?
Yeah, they, if I may say, Stephen, they met our condition to include lintels in the rear. They met that condition, and there was some discussion at the meeting by a neighbor. I think, Mark, do you want to talk about that really quickly? The information you got?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, remember there was one of the neighbors said that she had some damage.
Right, there were construction issues having to do with vibration and so forth, and we reminded the contractor of the requirements of the building code that have special consideration for landmark structures, and we created, or the chairs created, a connection between the attorney for the developer and the neighbors, so that they have a point of contact going forward. Is that what you're referring to, Michelle?
Yeah, but it turns out there was that contact was already made 3 days before the committee meeting. And
that's correct.
Yeah, I just want to say that we think the contractors are doing the right thing.
Thank you. Christian, are there any community members?
I call the question.
Great. Someone want to second that?
Second.
Great. Let's vote on this. Okay, all voting for the resolution.
Okay, I see Steve.
I'm sorry, I'm losing it, Beverly, it's my physical hand.
I'm sorry, who is that?
Linda.
Linda? Okay. And so just 2 physical hands and 32 digital hands.
Correct.
Christine.
Christian, take the hands down.
34.
Everyone against?
I see no physical hands and 4 digital hands. So
Okay.
4.
Abstaining? I don't think that's
No.
anybody. Cause, please speak out, otherwise we're going to move on. Okay, great.
34
That's the vote.
4 to 0 to 0.
Thank you. Number 3.
All right, item 3 is concerns the New York Historical Society building, a familiar building to us, a near neighbor of the Museum of Natural History. So I think this one is most easily, concerns a rather substantial addition, nothing compared to what was proposed a few years back, if you've been around long enough. But yes, and I think the pictures are the best way to understand this. So this, of course, is a beautiful building. The original design by York and Sawyer, and the wings added by Walker and Gillette. It's been with us for over 100 years. So essentially what they want to do is, we're looking now at a 76th Street elevation, and the existing part is on the right there. And the proposed addition is more on the left. This addition would meet the street wall of the brownstones. As you see, it would include a rooftop garden. We had a very interesting discussion, quite a lengthy one, at our meeting. It was supported by a number of neighbors who spoke in favor of this addition. Right now, this is a courtyard, a street level courtyard, that's this back area. And I think the committee felt that the proposed addition was tastefully done. It complements the existing without, being an out and out mimic or reflection of it. And so we supported this addition, very important addition to the New York Historical Society, which will let them do a number of things. Very importantly, add a permanent exhibit for their LGBTQIA exhibit, the history of that movement, and as it moves forward. So again, our committee voted overwhelmingly to support this, and we recommend it to you. And if there are questions, we'd be happy to try and answer.
Okay, Arena has a question. I just want to pause 1 sec though. Are there going to be community questions as well?
No.
Okay, thank you. Arena, your question?
I'm a little, just a point of clarification, Kate.
Yeah.
Can you go back to that image, Mark? I just want to make sure I understand the building. Can you bring that image back up, please? Thank you, Mark.
So this might help. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. So, okay, so that answered my question. Thank you.
Great. Paige? Paige, your question?
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can hear you.
Sure.
all right. The thing that upset me about this was the description for the record and at the Landmarks Commission, honoring this institution that has tried. They must have more design sketches for this project than any other building in New York City. And the acknowledgement of Bob Stern finally coming up with this amazing interpretation of the existing motifs of Walker and Gillette. So I just hope that by the time this goes before the Landmarks Commission, the application can be revised to reflect that. Because this has been a long struggle and we finally got what we wanted, a low building on a low brownstone street with the bulk of the building in the middle. So congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, Paige.
Thank you. Okay, someone want to call the question?
Call to question.
Call the question. Great, let's vote for this. So for those voting yes.
Okay. Physical hands, I see Steve. I don't see any others. And there are 37 digital hands. So 38.
Blanche, yes.
Oh, okay, Blanche, that's 39.
Beverly and Kristen is yes.
Okay. Do you have that, Bev? 38 digital too?
Was there a second verbal hand?
You had Kristen.
Okay, Kristen and Steve and 38.
38, so 40.
In her hand, Bev, it's Linda. So that's why I didn't raise it.
Okay, I'm confused, sorry. We had 38 digital hands and we had 2 physical hands?
Let's stick with it. Let's focus on the digital. So we have 38 digital. And let's go to the physical. I had my hand up. Who else is a physical hand?
Okay, Kristen, that's 2. And Blanche, did you have a?
Yes.
Okay, so Blanche is 3. Okay, so we're at 41.
And Linda, are you? I hear you jump in from time to time. Are you voting digital? I can't see you on my thing. Are you having problems with your digital hand?
On my digital hand, it's up. I had to enlarge everything to the entire.
Okay, so just so you know, your digital hand is working now, so we don't have to. We don't have to have Linda's count. So that's 3 physical or yeses.
Okay, 38 plus 3.
Correct.
41. Yes.
Okay, Christian, hands down. This is for people against. I'm just supporting that I don't see anybody physical or with their hands open.
1 digital.
1 digital, no. Christian, can we take that down? Anyone abstaining? Feel free to speak up to be timely. Anybody abstaining? We'll move on. Anybody for cause, please speak out if you can. Melissa, are you up for cause or for cause? Melissa is 1 for cause.
For cause.
41 to 1 to 0 to 1.
Even when you vote for cause, you're supposed to say why you're voting for cause.
Okay, well, Melissa's on, we'll move that moving forward because we want to keep moving, and I think Melissa's on the phone. So number 5.
You want me to do this, Kay? The next one?
Number 5.
Yes, I would love that.
Okay, 322 Central Park West, a big 15-story masonry building. They converted from an oil furnace to a dual gas oil boiler, and because they did that, they inspected the chimney. The chimney was in bad condition. Is that the one we're doing? Yeah, okay.
There we go.
The chimney was in bad condition, so they want to put a stainless steel liner in it. Because they're converting the chimney to, they're putting a stainless steel lining. They have to comport with, they have to follow the 2014 mechanical code. The flue has to be raised 16 feet. It's because it's too close to the water tower. When it was, and in order to comport with the new rules, the flue has to go up 16 feet so that there's no conflict with the water tower. Now, it has to be within, what was it, 59 feet of the water tower? I forget. There's probably a picture that is there a picture, Mark, that shows where they tried to put the flue? They try to move the
Sure,
flue?
I'll get that for you. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, thanks. So they can't, the chimney is slightly visible, and you saw really quickly that it was visible from points in Central Park. So because they have to be, yeah, thank you. They have to be within, I think it's 59 feet. There's no way they could put the chimney, or they could move the water tower to follow to keep the chimney at a lower level and move the water tower. They're making an application to do that, but while they're waiting, they want to go forward on this, and hence the height of the chimney. And wait, can you go back one more? The cone of vision diagram. So you can see in this diagram that those certain red arrows, the chimney is somewhat, or the flue is somewhat visible. And as you know, when you go in front of LPC, that's one of the criteria. You have to show how visible, if it is or not, to the public. But they really, apart from getting a special consideration, they really are left with this resolution, and we voted for it because they will comport with the current the rules. And that's that.
Okay. Any questions? There are a handful of hands up. I'm going to ask just a brief question from a timing perspective. Christian, any community members for this item?
No.
Great. Okay, I'm going to have our new member speak on her first issue, Miranda.
Sorry, it's actually not on the issue, just a clarification on the voting. Are we, like, I know we have the voting sheet. Do you also want us, is there a difference if we don't raise our hand? But my understanding is the voting sheet is more important.
They're both. So we're doing this in person, and then the voting sheet will support your hands being raised. Okay?
But Stephen, maybe you want to explain that normally when we're in person, we have a voting sheet. So we raise our hands to vote, and then we fill out our voting sheet and we hand that in. So it's a permanent record in the office.
It's just what we're making issues for because of the pandemic and the Zoom. Okay, Paige, you have your hand up regarding this item.
Just very quickly, I just remember all those meetings where we talked about the number of the fuel oil, which was environmental and not. So my question is, I forget what I learned all those times ago, pre-pandemic, and is number 2 fuel oil the right oil that they should be designing for, or is it something that we should ask for? And I see Mark has the answer.
May I address this?
You may, Mark.
Thank you. This is actually the liner, as I understand it, is because of using natural gas, not the number 2 oil. It probably is a dual fuel boiler or burner, but it's the natural gas, which they explained had a higher heat and moisture content, which tended to degrade the masonry flues at a much higher rate. And as a result, they had to do this flue liner thing. I hope does that answer your question?
I just hope that anybody doing this type of alteration or retrofit is being cognizant of a better fuel oil in the design. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, do we want to call the vote?
All the question.
Well, I heard that. Let's go. Okay, voting voting for, please, physical.
Any,
Blanche, your vote?
Sorry, I'm mute. Yes.
So Blanche is supporting.
Steve?
Michelle, just me. Michelle's digital hand is working now, so that's fine. If you are voting for this, you raise your digital hand for all the new members. If you want to support this, you're voting yes now.
Okay, I found 2 physical hands and 37 digital hands for 39.
Great. Christian, lower the hands. If you are against, raise your digital hands.
I see no physical hands.
Okay. And I do
And,
not see
no digital hands.
no digital hands. We are now looking for anyone abstaining. Okay.
There look
There are
like
3.
we have 3 abstentions.
Yeah. And Miranda, just as long as you have your digital hand up in the corner, then you don't have to put your physical hand up. And then anyone, we're going to lower that, Christian. That's 3. And then anybody for cause, please speak out. And then you're supposed to say why you're in cause. So we'll take that as 0.
39 to 0 to 3 to 0.
Okay, we're on to
Okay.
item 6.
I think we're on to item 5.
Yeah, Kay, you want to do that?
Oh, sorry
Oh.
about that.
Love to. Okay.
Jump the gun.
Yeah, wishful thinking. Steve. All right, this one's, I think, pretty straightforward. So this concerns a window replacement, but only 2 windows out of a brownstone located on West 93rd Street. So we are talking about, yes, those windows right there that Mark is circling. And I should say, most importantly, that the stained glass portion of the windows will remain. Right now, they're a single hung window, which means the bottom portion goes up a little bit, not enough to satisfy code requirements for air circulation. So what they would like to do is take those 2 bottom portions of the window and replace that with an awning type opening that would open out on the bottom. And that is the proposal that comes to us. All the rest of the windows have been approved at staff level at LPC. So this is the only thing that they wanted us to take a look at. Our committee looked at it and felt that it was appropriate to the character of the district. And so we recommend this resolution.
Great. Let me see if any hands. Sorry, I had something else open. Arena,
Thank you, Steve.
you're up.
Kay, how do the other windows open?
The other windows are being replaced in kind, and I think they are double hung, if I recollect. They're just standard double hung windows.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Christian, any community questions?
No,
We're going to call the questions. Did I hear somebody? Shelley,
Call
did
the
you want to
question.
add? I now see multiple hands up.
Call the question.
Yes, we're going to call the question. So let's all vote.
Physical hands, I see Steve. Blanche, are you voting?
Blanche? Yes.
Yes, okay, that's 2. I think that's it on the physical, and there are 38, so 40.
Okay. Christian, lower the hands. Any no's?
I see 2 digitals.
Yep. I don't see any physical.
None.
Let's lower those. Anybody abstaining? You want to just speak out, maybe be helpful?
I see 1 abstention.
Yep.
Um,
Anyone else?
One.
Thank you. Christian, and anybody for cause, please speak out. Okay, that is the vote.
40 to 2 to 1 to 0.
Great. Now we're on to
Thank you.
6.
Now we're on to 6. I wonder, Peter, would you like to present this resolution since you were instrumental in it?
Or
Okay,
Jay?
Or Jay or Paige?
it came to me as I live in a brownstone on West 88th Street that PS 161 behind has decided to do a huge amount of construction on the exterior. It's a landmark school that's been there for probably nearly 100 years.
166, Peter.
PS 166, excuse me. You're right. 161 was my address. But PS 166. And the school construction authority said they could have put a netting around it, and the netting would be black. And it means many of us who live in the neighborhood would be looking at this elegant school draped in a black netting for maybe 2 years, maybe 3, maybe even 4. For those of you who walk around the Upper West Side and look up, you've seen many buildings on the West Side draped in black as if they were mourning something. And there's an alternative. And the alternative is either clear or white. It doesn't have to be black, as if you're in mourning. So this resolution deals with that. It says that in the future, in the historic district, where we have some control, there should be no more black netting around buildings. That's basically it.
Jay, you just want to add your little piece? Unmute yourself though, doll.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, we're going to have, Jay, do you want to add something? You have to unmute yourself. It was a collaboration of a few people. Jay, anything you want to add?
Just quickly, because at the request of the chairs, I drafted the resolution and I limited the proposed ban on black netting in favor of white or white sand or clear in historic districts and anywhere on an individual landmark, rather than anywhere, anytime. And it was really a sort of strategic decision that it would be a much easier sell to get this done, both at buildings and at LPC. And it also asks our city council person to introduce a bill codifying this requirement. And
Thank you.
That's really it.
Thank you, Jay. Irene, you have a question?
Is there a reason why there's the 3 colors? Like, was there a reason given, Peter, for the black over the white? I mean, I would think just from upkeep, you know, over time, something really light might get dirty, but of course you have rain and snow. I mean, I'm just curious as to why the city tends, because I live in a neighborhood that has netting over a school as well. I almost never really notice it because of the shed that's below it. But was there any reason given for the preference to use black? I'm just curious.
I think it's just started out being that way. I don't think there is a big reason. There is a building on Riverside Drive up north of 96th Street that has a light color. I think it's white or maybe no color at all. That's quite nice. It's a reasonable neighbor. But then if you go to other buildings around, I'm sure most of you have seen this black netting. I mean, it's awful. It's like you're at a funeral, you know? And why should we live in the Upper West Side for years as if we're going to a funeral?
Thank you. Paige?
I did the research for this, calling several of our big construction companies, Western Waterproofing, Siami. And just so you know, you can get the netting in any color. And the first color that was ever used in New York City was orange and yellow because it was the most visible. And that's the way security and safety cones are made. But just to reassure you, we're not adding cost to the project because the cost of white or sand or the clear, what they call clear, which really is dirty gray, is no different. It all comes from, as you can imagine, the Far East. You can use your imagination, and they just pour it in and ship it out. So I think when Peter came up with this was a no-brainer that improves our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you, Paige. Robert?
Yeah, I think this is kind of a fascinating topic that Peter stumbled on, and I support his position. But with some amusement, I take 93rd Street to Trader Joe's between Amsterdam and Columbus, where there's a lot of construction going on in there. School, there's two schools, there's a school and then there's another school, maybe that's 92nd Street, but you can see the netting. What I noticed a few days ago is that the netting is sparkling new, the black netting, it's brand new, brand new. You can see the sheen to it still. And it's perfectly fitted because you expect that over time it's going to be wind blown and that sort of thing. So I wonder, Peter, what is the life of this netting? And then I wonder humorously whether these companies, of course I would have their ear to the rail, because if they got a sense that this, and they, for whatever their own reasons, prefer the black, that the community board was really leaning in an opposite direction and pushing them to another preference, that they ran out and bought all new netting black.
Thank you, Robert. Pete, I guess, Peter, any question or any answer to Robert's question? Or Jay?
Well, I think the black is just because they started that way, and it hides some of the workmen behind better. But in my opinion, it does a lot of damage to the community, and I don't see any reason why it has to continue in black.
Does netting have a lifespan that you want to change? If the project is a 5-year project, then you expect your netting to be replaced every.
I think the lifespan is the same. I don't think it makes a difference.
Thank you. I'm going to make a pause. Christian, I don't know if I asked this, but was there any community on this?
No.
Okay. Paige, I really want to vote on this. So if you have a quick comment,
No, I
I'm
just
gonna
want
let
to
Jay sort of sum it up.
I just really want to reassure people, this is, it lasts forever. This is what kills whales. When the scaffolding netting gets thrown in the ocean, they get trapped. So it's the only time it needs to be replaced, it's a safety reason that a man can actually be thrown against the side of the netting and be captured. So it's pretty tough stuff. And I think Peter came up with something brilliant. So I hope you all support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Jay, I'll have you sum up, but wink, wink, I think you're looking good. So sum it up.
No, my hand was only up because I wanted to acknowledge that Paige had done the basic research. And my only question was, when we did it, to make sure that the alternative colors were available, and Paige was able to verify that.
Yeah, thank you,
and all the suppliers have the light stuff. So that's not an
Thank
issue.
you. Thank you.
Paige.
Well, it was quite a collaborative effort by the committee, and thank you for all of your work. So are we ready to call the question?
Yes, they did great networking.
All right. So
we tried to
voting-
get Christo on it, but he was sadly
So
available.
voting yes for number 6, which is the construction netting.
Okay, Steve, Blanche,
Blanche,
Yes.
Blanche is a yes, okay. Peter, physical hand, yes.
well, Peter's digital hands up too. So that's
I
just
can't
2.
have both.
So just hello.
And let's see.
I think that's just the 2 of
Oh,
us.
yeah, sure.
Just the two.
Shelley, can you mute yourself? We can hear you.
Plus 36. So 38, yes.
Great. Christian, can we lower the hands? Anybody voting against? Okay, I don't see any physical either, Bev.
0.
Okay, anybody abstaining?
1, 2,
I see 5 digital. I don't see any physical.
I don't see any physical.
Okay, Christian, let's lower that. And then anybody for cause? Okay, and that vote is, Bev?
38 to 0 to 5 to 0.
All right, we are now officially through the preservations part. Thank you, Kay. Thank you,
Yeah,
Michelle.
thanks, everybody.
We promise never to come with 6 resolutions.
Don't say that. Next month, same thing.
August. You're going to have all of August.
Thanks.
Okay, youth, education, libraries, Blanche and Courtney, please present the resolution.
Great. So I'm not going to go through everything, but our topic this month was a discussion of the latest data on COVID, schools, and kids. And we actually had 2 great guest speakers. We had Dr. Emily Oster, who's a professor at Brown University of Economics, and she also developed a COVID-19 school response dashboard, which has been tracking positive cases in schools since the fall. And then we also had Dr. Patricia De La Mora, who's an pediatric infectious disease specialist from Weill Cornell. So 2 great guests. And we talked about the data, and we talked about schools and what we were seeing in cases. And then that Monday, following our meeting, the mayor and the chancellor announced that all city schools were going to be returning to full-time in-person learning in September, including teachers and staff. And then they also, in that announcement, talked about how the schools were going to meet whatever the CDC social distancing requirements were going to be for the fall. And then they expected there may be some greater flexibility based on the fact that the city's numbers continue to fall. So all of that is good. And they also just said that they would expect some of the health and safety measures to continue in the fall. So that's things like requiring masks in all school buildings, nurses in schools, and working ventilation systems in schools. So, so that was all part of that announcement. And then the chancellor also in that announcement noted that with the current low positivity rates and the transmission rates, schools have a proven track record of safety. And I think what's interesting is that really aligns with what we heard in our meeting about the data, that the rates really mirror community rates, which in our case in the city are going down, 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 and that there's no evidence that the schools appear to be the source of COVID spread. So there's some more information in our resolution about what we heard, but there was a lot of really great data that really led us to say, you know what, based on this, we supported the decision to return to full-time in-person learning for all New York City schools and students in September, based on the data that we had heard in our meeting, and also that was being referenced in the announcements, and based on the benefits that we know in-person offers. So that means academic benefits, yes, but also access to social and emotional support, special education services, and access to mental health services. So all of that kind of coming under the umbrella of that support. This resolution, furthermore, also calls on officials, that goes one step further to say we urge them to complete their plans to reopen the schools, not just a framework, but the actual details and specifics of their plan in an expedited fashion. As we learned last summer, the timing of these finalized plans really matters, so that administrators and teachers and school communities can really plan themselves and implement those feasible plans and prepare for the return for students. So really calling on the officials to get those plans finalized and make them public. We also noted in this resolution the importance of involving administrators, superintendents, principals, teachers, all of the stakeholders, making sure they have a voice in this plan as it goes on, and to formulate the plan with those involvement of those stakeholders. And lastly, the resolution advocates for better communication. Again, this is kind of a learning based on what we've seen over the past year and a half, urging city officials to provide stakeholders with regular updates so that school communities can be better informed and plan for the fall, and advocates for a robust outreach to provide that information, knowing that it's going to be really important and incumbent on the city to reach out to families, to guardians, to students themselves via a number of channels. So not just email, but also phone to really support the full return to school in the fall. So that's what the resolution is.
Okay, there's a couple questions, and I will start with Roberta.
Thank you. It was a great meeting. The two speakers were phenomenal. And I want to compliment Courtney on reaching out to them. It was fabulous, and we should all support this resolution.
Thank you, and I love your brief comment, and I would model it for the rest of the meeting. Christian.
Yes, I want to say also I support everything that Courtney said, but I also want to say that due to my employment with the DOE, I'm not eligible to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And our new member, Kristen Berger.
Hi, thank you. I understand I'm brand new, so I thank you for indulging me with these questions. Just by way of background, I've served on the Community Education Council for District 3 for the past 6 years, and I'm a public school parent in the district. So I feel like I have a wide range of contact with public school parents. And I obviously only started today. It appears that this resolution just affirms what the DOE has already said they're doing. So I don't know what protocol usually is. I guess this is just a thank you. And the resolution does seem limited to only the public health perspective of reopening school, which is obviously the crucial part and truly the most important part as far as being able to physically attend in person. But I do think the one part that's sort of absent in the discussion is the broader discussion about social, emotional, and academic learning, which is where I believe a lot of the hesitancy that we see from parents and from students about coming back into the building now lies. So, because as the resolution really lays out, from a public health perspective, the DOE has answered a lot of the public health questions, but they haven't answered everything that's going to happen on your daily life in the school after being physically absent from the building for 1.5 years. So I definitely applaud that we've addressed the public health part, but I would have liked to see more around what will be going on in the school buildings in the new school year and how the DOE is going to reassure parents and students now in the process when we have to sign up to be there.
Can I respond? So Kristen, I totally agree with you. I think what's funny about the timing is, so this topic was meant to be rather narrow, and we did have the conversation that we knew that there was a broader piece, but when we were planning for the meeting, the assumption of a return to school and the data around that was not public. So I think some of that is with a reflection of hindsight that we know. So this was a very narrow discussion based on the two guest speakers. I totally agree with all of your elements, and it's actually something we internally in the committee had talked about a need for, but this was meant to be rather narrow. I would also point out it does both kind of applaud the decision, which came after our meeting, just days after our meeting. But it also does push for a couple of points, which I think are really important and were not necessarily included in the decision. Most notably, the expedited plan. So in other words, it's not enough to say we're going to do this and then not have a plan for it until August. We know that does not work for the people who are on the ground to make it work. And then I think the other piece is what you're referring to, which is the real need to communicate with the stakeholders, with the communities, and provide that information, to your point, to make sure people understand what this is going to look like, how this is going to work, and ensure the full support. So I totally agree with you that piece is important and crucial to a successful return, but it also was kind of outside the scope of what this topic was meant to be for this month.
Yeah, and just to clarify the logistics for everyone, this was voted on before. So this happens sometimes. We had a meeting and this was before they signaled this. So we already had a meeting and voted on it. But I also would clarify that simply because the mayor says something, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. And we saw that as well. So I think taking a very declarative statement on something, even though I wouldn't even say it's done, it's been signaled that this is what he desires to do, which I've seen not happen often. So, I mean, us affirming, I think, is very separate than the conversation. And I just wanted to make sure everyone else knowing that that's how the logistically happened from a time perspective.
Timing was 72 hours. The time we voted.
72 hours, whatever it was. I mean, I'm great that the mayor follows CB7. He must listen into our meetings.
Good news, we're having very timely conversations.
Yes. So, okay, there were some more hands raised. Catherine.
I support the resolution and applaud the hard work that Courtney put into writing the resolution. And we did add, Courtney, I just want to clarify this to the point that was made earlier. We did add a piece about robust communication and outreach to families to kind of help rebuild trust. I think you used the word communication and trust in the resolution, just to respond to that previous comment. I just wanted to confirm that.
Thank you. Richard Ash.
This is a great resolution. I didn't see anything in it about vaccination. And I'm on the board of a school where the principal and half the staff hasn't been vaccinated, and many of the parents have not been vaccinated. And I would love to see us encourage the city to prepare educational material for staff and parents concerning the safety of vaccination. If that can be added, I don't want to make an amendment because it's 9 o'clock. But if Courtney is willing, I'd like that added to the resolution.
Courtney?
Yeah, so I think where we kind of netted out was that we were not going to address the vaccination piece here. I think it depends if you're asking about it as information that's being provided. But again, I just would go back to the goal here was, and the intent on what we voted was very narrow in scope, partly based on timing and partly based on the speakers and partly based on a desire to really make a declarative statement on the importance of opening, rather than going kind of down the other path of also opening up the discussion about vaccinations.
Understood.
Not that I disagree with you. Blanche, what do you think?
I would add to, there's a part of the resolution that makes it clear that whatever is planned should be in compliance with and follow the directions of the CDC. And the CDC, and that is the basis of what the resolution is bringing forward. So we are suggesting that what the, certainly here in our schools, whatever is the CDC thinking and recommendation at the time is what the schools should follow.
Thank you. Ken?
But I don't think that would eliminate your point, Richard, about, and I don't think it's necessarily a part of the resolution, But I think what you're suggesting is a communications piece to the public, parents and other stakeholders about the benefits of vaccination. But I don't think it's an intended piece of the resolution.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, and one of the things, I mean, I think the other thing that's, and this is partly why it's not in here, is one of the things that we heard about from Dr. De La Mora was a little bit about that timing. And I don't think kind of that is set in stone yet about when the vaccinations for the younger, there's just like a whole section about the vaccinations that are still a little up in the air, about when they're going to be approved for the younger, which vaccines, when they're going to get full FDA approval versus emergency. That is actually a whole different thing versus what we talked about in our meeting, and our resolution came out of and was voted on from that meeting.
Okay, thank you. Ken?
Yeah, I just was confused. The first be it resolved seemed to duplicate the be it further resolved that comes right after it. They seem to say the same thing. I couldn't see the difference. Is there a difference?
Well, the first one basically just supports the decision, and the second is a call out that we had actually independently kind of come to conclusion on this as well, and that we support the recent statement calling out that it was a statement that was made. I see what you're saying now.
Okay, if this is all contingent on the trends with the virus continuing the way they're going. And if the trends change radically, is there anything in this that says that this is only contingent on things going the direction they're going?
I think basically what it's saying is that it supports the decision that was announced by the mayor and the chancellor, and inherent in that decision is predicated upon the CDC's recommendation, and that it's based on the current numbers as we were seeing in the city.
Okay.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thanks, Courtney. I love this resolution. I would keep it the way it is. I wouldn't add anything about COVID, because lesser minds than yours will make the decisions about this. It's really beyond us right now to make decisions about who gets what and what gets who with respect to the COVID vaccine. I like the way this is written. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Arena?
Well, I agree with Richard, and I do think that we might want to consider language about a public service campaign. And I also think, as we're doing with return to office, to consider some language around COVID testing. And it could be in that same paragraph where you have nurses, ventilation, use of space. But it's hard to imagine a resolution about returning to schools that doesn't address either one or both of those issues.
Thank you. Rich?
Yeah, I agree. I think the resolution is great, but it's largely already happening. And I think the major issue here is vaccines. And I think at a minimum, we should call for a public education campaign to urge students and teachers to get the vaccines. I think we might even go a step further. I recognize that the vaccine just has the EUA right now. It's not fully approved. We don't know if it will be by September. But if we want to get out of this thing, we need people to be vaccinated. And I think that's the really critical issue. And if we're going to be putting our voice behind something, I think that's where we need our voice.
Thank you. Ira?
Unmute.
Moderna put in for full approval today with FDA. So I just want to follow up on Rich's comment. I, as probably the only person with 3 kids who are actually subject to this discussion, I have just a reminder, I got a PS, MS, and HS in the system. There's a question as to what the enrollment statistics are for 2021, 22, and there's some questions as to what has been the actual enrollment this year. But whatever the statistics are basically devastating. They're, depending on what levels you're looking at, the statistics are double drop, somewhere between 5 and 15% are the different statistics. DOE is choosing to argue this. We have to find a way to make the school system work. The pieces are there. The mayor's policy is rational. Most of the other schools in the country have done this. And if you have children, the cost to the children is absolutely tremendous and unspeakable. We have been fairly successful compared to most families. But if you really know families that are struggling with this, most families are struggling with this. And we are down 1.5 years already in the education, and there's going to be the typical summer drop off. So I think the real issue is our kids are such and such an age once. And to even think that people are not going to find some way to get back, they're going to find some way to get back with or without this resolution. So obviously we're all going to vote for this resolution, right? But we have to do so much more than this. We have to figure out how to begin to make up that 1.5 years, or even more than 1.5 years, because March to September plus a year, it's 18 months, no school. So this is just the beginning. We also have to make sure that the next time there's any reason to shut down, and there will be a next time, and it may not take 100 years this time, it may take 10 years, it may take 20 years, it may take 5 years, that we are actually prepared for this and not hide our head in the sand. Just because the federal government wasn't prepared didn't mean the city government couldn't have been prepared. So I think you got to look at this too from a point of a parent. And I know there are a lot of people here who have been parents in the past and will be parents in the future, but there are relatively few of us who are parents in the middle of this. And try to listen and try to project what's really happening on the ground to children. There's somebody else on this board. I told them I hid under the bed for.
Ira, just respectfully, can you wrap up the comments? You've got a lot.
I'm wrapping it up in a second, but you got to stop looking at this as from the academic aspect. There are kids who are suffering. They're kids once, and society will pay for this if we don't figure out how to move on.
Thank you, Ira. Benjamin, you're up.
Yes, hi everyone. So I think this is obviously a really important topic, and I agree with Ira that this is like the priority here has to be the kids. And so I would want to, my preference would be err on the side of trying to figure out how to protect them and also have the parents feel comfortable. My kids are not at the age yet, but they're soon. And so, but at the same time, I understand, I think Courtney's point that, trying to wade into the requiring people to have a vaccine seems that's heavy-handed. That's a whole nother debate that could take forever. So I'm trying to think about, is there sort of a middle ground that may help parents feel comfortable, yet not require? And I'm wondering, is one possible solution transparency? So I don't know if this is something that's already mandated, but like whether I would feel more comfortable as a parent knowing that the vast majority or all of the teachers were vaccinated or not. But I think having something where they can or they don't have to, but you don't really know, kind of leaves in a very kind of dangerous middle ground where people just aren't comfortable and don't know how to react. So I don't know if there's a way to kind of have transparency be something that might be able to help address the issue, which may be less heavy-handed than requiring.
Thank you, Benjamin. Mark?
Thank you. 2 quick points, I hope. One is that while there's no public
public school oriented public information campaign. There is a very widespread public information campaign to the general public, including task forces that are specifically aimed with messaging aimed at the hardest hit communities and the hardest hit populations. So it's not like we're not trying to get the word out about the need for vaccination. And I've seen that ramped up in the last month, especially. And I was one of the voices in the committee who initially thought that vaccination requirements was an important part of whatever it is we were trying to say here. And I was convinced by what you've heard tonight, which I will not burden you with repeating, that it is that among other things, it would dilute the important messages that are in the resolution by picking a fight on vaccination that will become the whole story. So for that reason, I would support the resolution as written.
Thank you, Mark. And I'm going to add a few moments because I think I'm going to build on it because it's similar. And I think it's a little bit challenged. Sometimes when you don't go to a meeting and then you're voting on it, you don't realize, but this topic was talked about a lot. And it was decided collaboratively by the committee to stay away from vaccinations. And sometimes by omission doesn't mean it's not important, but there became a conversation on where the resolution wanted to focus and where we wanted to have a conversation and where we didn't want to focus. And it doesn't mean that vaccinations weren't important, but you know, it becomes appropriate. Let's add this, let's add this, let's add this. So this was, I want to be very clear that this topic was talked about, discussed, and collaboratively agreed by the entire universal committee to leave vaccinations aside, because then there was conversations about do we demand people to be vaccinated? It became a whole nother conversation. That's really an HHS conversation and another conversation. So I just want to support that it's not as if, oh, did we forget vaccinations? No, this was discussed and it was designed to not be included. And that was the will and the vote of the committee as designed. Other things will follow. Other things are important. Simply by not being there doesn't mean that that's not what people think. And I want to be clear on that. And that sometimes we don't all go to all the other committees, but this was discussed. It was a long meeting. Natasha.
Thanks, Stephen. I want to echo everything that Stephen just said. The recording of the meeting is up on YouTube, and I would really urge everybody to listen to it. It was a very good meeting. And, in addition, I would like to say, I would advocate for keeping away from very specific public health type conditionals, like we should vaccinate or we should not, or we should test or we should not, because even the public health experts who were on the call were, they had a lot of caveats about all these things, like what sort of testing should we be doing? Or, is it really wise to be vaccinating very young children, given that school transmission is so low? The jury is still out on that. And so I feel very strongly that as a community board, it is not our place to jump into a discussion like that or to solidify it in a resolution when things are changing so rapidly. But like Stephen said, it was discussed very exhaustively. Testing and vaccinations, both these topics were discussed from many different angles exhaustively during the meeting. And I would really recommend that anybody, especially people with younger kids, definitely go and watch that video on YouTube on our channel.
Thank you, Natasha. Shelley?
Yes, I want to strongly support the resolution. I think it has all the major points, which of course the mayor looked at and decided to put forth as his plan shortly after. I think the people concerned about health, there are two issues. One is mental health, and keeping kids virtually on Zoom or whatever is not good for mental health and has not been good. And second, children in private and parochial schools largely have been in school for a good part of the year. There's been very low transmission, and they've had that in-house, in school experience. The masks and the having the nurse and health protocols and air protocols all should allay some people's fears. But I think it's smart, as many people have said, including Stephen, that this has been hashed over, and I think we should go to supporting it and not discussing medical vaccine things any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Ethel, do you
Yes.
think you got your
I think I've got the microphone back.
All right, well, I can hear you, so you're up.
Thank you, sorry. I am very respectful of the wonderful committee and the deliberations and everything that has been stated, except I do not see any reason why this resolution cannot say what I think our new member, Benjamin, I heard say, which is I don't think it's appropriate to talk about indoctrination, compulsory vaccination, and so on. But part of this, and both for the health of the students, for their social life and so on, is at least to consider and continue to say with maximum communication that safety of the children and of everyone in this school, in part, does rely on what? And may rely almost completely on adequate vaccination. We're not saying it's compulsory, but not to include that as a matter of communication between the city and the schools, within the schools and so on, seems to me to be an unnecessary omission. And it should be stated, it's part of what is going to be the life of as the schools reopen. And it's not one that we have to get into a hard beating up frame. One last thing, I notice now that on television, there are striking commercials, it seemed to me to be very expensive, from public authorities, from cities and so on, about everybody should get vaccinated, or with comedy about vaccination, or ways to look into it. So the messages are there, laying the groundwork for what may come in the future. I think appropriately, it could be included without beating people over the head.
Thank you, Ethel. I do think that there's been several comments to your question. Linda?
Yeah, I think what Ethel said about the PSAs, they are replete, and everybody who's going to get the vaccine or get their kids vaccinated, they know that they should. I actually had a conversation with a colleague based in North Carolina today who said he would never have the vaccine, and I just hung up, basically. But what I'd like to say is this is an extraordinary resolution. I think we should stop overthinking it, because I think the points are there. The vaccination is for people who want to get vaccinated, and I think we should call the question.
Thank you. I do want to before we call the question, I do want to ask if there's any community members. Christian, is there any community members?
No.
Okay. Does someone want to call the question?
Call the question.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so those in favor of the resolution as is, please raise your hand. Okay, Blanche, do you want to verbal?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, mine's up, Bev, physically.
Steve, Blanche, any other physical hands?
I'm looking and I don't see.
I don't see any. And there are 32 digital hands. So 34 yes.
Great. Christian, can you lower the hands? Okay, voting against the resolution? Okay, any physical voting against?
I don't see any.
Okay, so one against.
Wait, I meant to raise my hand and I didn't. I apologize.
So you're raising four, correct?
Four,
So
yeah.
can you add one additional four?
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Sure.
So one opposed?
Yes. Okay, can you lower that, Christian? Anybody abstaining? Any physical hands abstaining?
Don't see any.
Looking.
3 digitals, so 3.
Okay, Christian, can we lower that? And the last one is just
I'm
anybody
not
for cause.
I'm not eligible.
Yep, Christian, you is for cause. And he
Christian.
already said why.
Okay. 35 to 1 to 3 to 1.
Okay, great. Let's go onward and upward, and we're going to go to Catherine, who's going to give a HHS resolution.
Okay, so Stephen has given me about 10 minutes to deliver a presentation. I'm going to share my screen. You enabled me to share my screen, right, Stephen?
Let me double check, but I think everyone is, right, Mark? Did we do that in the beginning?
Yes, we did that.
Yeah, so you should.
Oh, okay. It may take a minute for it to load because
Because we did read it, Catherine, and I know you're really eloquent, but is there a way to, it's a beautiful, beautiful resolution.
I'm sorry. This will take like about 10 minutes, and part of the purpose is to share our work with the community, as this is an issue that is so often misunderstood. So that's why I prepared a presentation. It'll take about 10 minutes. And I thank everyone for your willingness to hang in there just a little bit longer. So I'm just going to present into presentation mode. Okay, so I'm Catherine DeLazaro, and I am co-chair of the Health and Human Services Committee along with Sheldon Fine. And I'm going to deliver a presentation on how New York City can better prevent and respond to sexual harassment, and also make some suggestions for what you can do. This does reflect HHS resolution, although it is presented specifically for the public and offers a little bit some different information as well. It's based on research from the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and feedback from the New York City Commission on Human Rights, both on the resolution and this presentation, as well as feedback from Council Member Helen Rosenthal, who's been giving me a lot of extra information as well. And a lot of community board members outside HHS also gave feedback and input. It's intended to improve understanding, but it does not replace training. You can access free training via the Commission's website. I hope this presentation will inspire or make it a little easier for anyone who hears it to act if and when you experience harassment or any form of discrimination, listen and support someone else, and advocate for improvements to the law and its implementation. Our main argument for what's needed is a better strategy that does not overburden. To better prevent sexual harassment and create work environments where people feel safe to disclose and know how to respond appropriately, we argue that New York State and New York City should consider how to implement a more comprehensive and ongoing approach than what New York State and New York City human rights laws require. The aim is to improve quality and effectiveness of requirements in ways that do not overburden employers and workers. Sexual harassment is a public health issue, a form of gender-based discrimination, unwelcome verbal or physical behavior based on a person's gender, and includes a range of behaviors from display of images to sexist or derogatory comments to assault. It does not need to be severe or pervasive to be against the law. Risk factors for workplace harassment includes isolated workspaces, tolerance and encouragement of alcohol, homogenous workforces, significant power disparities, gender inequity in leadership and compensation, and gender imbalance on teams. Prevalence is difficult to assess for two different reasons. At least two reasons. One is that there's inconsistent research. So some surveys, for example, will ask questions about whether people have experienced sexual harassment. Others will ask about behaviors. There also is a great deal of underreporting. Few who experience harassment report or file a complaint, only 1 in 10 women and 1 in 20 men. Most people tend to believe accounts, but in the workplace, reactions such as indifference, trivialization, hostility, and or retaliation are common. And the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission estimates that 25% to 85% of women report having experienced sexual harassment. In terms of impacts, it can create a hostile and intimidating environment and impact health, work performance, and opportunities. And the reason that it impacts, one of the reasons it impacts opportunities is because if and when you experience harassment, you want to do everything you can to just reduce your exposure, to get away. And so that's oftentimes why people won't accept or pursue an opportunity because they just don't want the exposure. It also impacts work culture, productivity, and retention. Some may be disproportionately exposed or impacted, including those who are especially dependent on jobs, those who are vulnerable due to immigration status, and those who may endure multiple forms of discrimination, and those who previously experienced sexual violence and harassment. New York human rights law, and this includes New York State and New York City, prohibits sexual harassment in and out of the office, as well as retaliation. It requires supervisors and managers to report any knowledge of incidences, and employers to adopt a prevention policy and annual training, as well as for employers to provide materials in English and the employee's primary language if it's one of about 10. Training must include information on sexual harassment, the law, remedies, rights, and responsibilities. New York City has more requirements, and one of those is that it also includes bystander intervention. So we argue in the resolution that more prevention and intervention training modules are needed as additional options. One is to educate workers about the particulars of their work environments, sector-specific training. This is an idea from someone on the board. So what happens in a bar is very different from what might happen in a school or a doctor's office. To address the lack of understanding of what to do, not just what options are available, training on how to respond to sexual harassment behavior, with guidelines and scripts that better prepare and empower workers to disclose and report, an explanation of factors to consider when making informed decisions about reporting, and guidelines and scripts to assist those who receive accounts for reports. To create safer environments for employees to disclose if and when harassment occurs, training on strategies such as giving multiple and diverse workers the responsibility of receiving reports. This is to make it more likely that people will be able to find and talk to someone with whom they're comfortable. Offering supportive measures for those who choose not to engage in a formal grievance process. This includes methods for deterrence and safety, as well as equal access to supports and solutions such as counseling and reassignment. To cultivate a workplace culture of non-harassment, workplace civility training, and leadership training on how to communicate and mentor employees, as well as provide incentives and accountability. A recent survey found that men who perceive that their supervisors work to prevent sexual harassment are less likely to report engaging in harassment behavior. So what leaders communicate can really make a difference. To guide boundaries and help workers navigate interactions and sexual relationships in the workplace, training on policies, language, and expectations or norms. This can include an overview of policy language related to or restricting such relationships, when permitted, conditions needed for active consent so that there's a higher bar in a workplace context, and strategies for clear and appropriate communication, inquiry, and listening. This is especially important in the context of the workplace where power inequities exist and high stakes consequences can result from such interactions. What workplaces may need to develop more effective prevention and intervention strategies, standards and models for reviewing and updating policies and trainings, assessing workplace conditions periodically and soliciting feedback, and also for how to use this information to make adjustments and improvements. Additional information needed for New York City to develop more effective prevention and intervention strategies, citywide and sector-specific trends on climate, prevalence and impacts, risk factors for perpetration and victimization, barriers to disclosure and remedies, especially for those most impacted, policy and training effectiveness and challenges, needs and corresponding strategies for making improvements or modifications, and best practices for prevention, intervention, and remedies. The HHS resolution calls for a rejection and condemnation of sexual harassment, affirmation of every person's right to a workplace free of harassment, and the New York State Division and the New York City Commission on Human Rights to engage with relevant agencies to develop additional standards and models, including additional training videos, methods for employers to review and update trainings, methods for all employers to conduct self-assessments, and incentives for anonymous participation in citywide surveys. So I just want to add a point here that New York City does require city agencies and offices to conduct climate surveys and for the city to report on the results of those surveys. The city is not fulfilling their obligation to report, so we can address that later. And it also would be more useful if the city consulted with survey design experts to frame questions in ways that solicit accurate answers and useful findings. We call on the mayor's office of the chief technology officer and others to research the use of translation technologies to make materials available in additional languages, provide materials in audio and other modalities for the visually impaired and those who do not read, and enable a mechanism through which employees can submit questions anonymously and receive timely answers. We call on the New York State Department of Financial Services to work with insurance companies to create methods for employers to receive reductions on liability insurance premiums if they provide evidence of low sexual harassment risk. This is an idea from someone on the board as well. And we call on the relevant agencies and the borough presidents to work with community boards, schools, and other organizations to incorporate anti-sexual harassment training and efforts to reduce bias, bullying, and sexual violence, improve diversity, equity, and inclusion, and enhance a culture of civility, sensitivity, and empathy in workplaces, and include concrete evidence-based strategies for prevention, disclosure, intervention, and response so that it's useful, and provide opportunities for communities to not just be talked to, but to engage in genuine dialogue and reflection so they can ask honest questions, learn tools for processing experiences, and listen and respond productively to difficult conversations circulating in public discourse. And we call on New York City to provide funds to the relevant agencies to support these enhancements to implementation of the law. The last thing I'm going to do is make some suggestions, and I consulted with the Commission on Human Rights for what you can do. What you can do if another's behavior towards you might be a form of discrimination and harassment. Read the Commission's online resources to learn your rights and reporting options. There's resources at the end of this presentation and also in the resolution. Talk with someone you trust to help you distinguish between your fears and potential consequences. Talk with a representative at the Commission or another agency who can help you navigate the situation and provide information on how to bring a complaint. And if not dangerous, consider communicating directly with the person to assert boundaries, to ask them to stop and explain the impact of the behavior. When incidences occur, document with evidence, notes, photos, document as many concrete details as possible, and be open. I encourage everyone who may experience this to be open to finding a solution that will not compromise your safety, well-being, health, and work opportunities. Do not put the other person's needs or that of the organization above your own or those who might experience this alongside or after you. And the Commission offers an option to report anonymously, which I think is helpful. What you can do if someone expresses discomfort in response to your language or behavior. Take comments seriously. Try to understand that people express discomfort for a reason. So try to understand what they're communicating and stop the behavior immediately. Review your organization's policies and learn their and your rights. Seek advice on how to respond from the appropriate person at your organization. And keep in mind that harm caused by discrimination is not always visible. Sometimes we don't know until someone tells us what is or is not okay. That's often how we learn in the real world. What matters is not one's intention, but the behavior and its impacts. And the response a person receives, if it's constructive, can significantly reduce harm and lead to resolution. If and when appropriate, listen and learn what you can do differently. Take responsibility where you can, which relieves suffering and reduces impacts. And this, if you respond, and if it's possible to respond in this way, it communicates respect and awareness, which is the opposite of discrimination. Overall, how you respond in this kind of situation matters. What we can all do is meet and exceed the requirements of the law, which isn't necessarily happening. Complete the Commission's free training and encourage others to do so. Create equitable and inclusive environments where people feel comfortable communicating directly about difficulties and asserting what they need. Model for others how you protect and assert yourself, and do the same for colleagues out of care and respect. It makes a difference for someone to know that they're not alone. And if colleagues discuss a situation related to sexual harassment outside your workplace, you might consider expressing the importance of being open to learning more, which supports a culture of stability and healthier relationships in communities where you are. I want to thank everyone who contributed to this on the board, and HHS and Shelley and Stephen for being supportive, and Stephen especially for giving me this time. So I would be thrilled to take any questions or comments, especially related to the substance of the resolution.
Thank you, Catherine. So Catherine, just as a reminder, take your screen down so we can
Okay,
move
so
to the
let me see if
dialogue.
I can figure out how to do that, sorry.
Great. And I'm going to start to go to some hands raised as we speak. And Christian, your hand is raised.
Yeah, question. Are you suggesting that the state and the city have to send the laws to include the private sector? Or are you also saying that for the city agencies themselves, the city is not doing enough?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, the sense I get here partly is that we want the laws to go further so that they can be implemented in the private sector. But within the city agencies, if you say that the city is not going far enough in what they're doing right now?
I think that's a good clarification. We're not asking for any changes to the law. We're definitely not opposed to that. But we're asking that the city provide more options and enhance the quality of what's available. So more models for training, more models of how any organization could conduct a climate survey. For the climate survey, city agencies are required to do that, and the city is required to post the results, but they aren't doing that. I just found that out. And I don't know if Helen wants to add anything. She's here, I think. If she's here.
I'm here to answer questions. I mean, Catherine, this is just a spectacular resolution. Your research on this shows. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I mean, the only thing I'll add is in doing this research, Catherine's asked me some questions, and a couple of things have come out, like what Catherine just said. The climate survey reports are required by law to be posted online, probably at DCAS, and they're not there. So, and the survey itself leaves a lot to be desired. We have a handful of cleanup bills for the Stop Sexual Harassment in the Workplace Act that passed in 2018. You know, if you want to, Catherine, you want to work with me on all of which to say, thank you for bringing this up, because it's a good, it's a terrific way of pushing the city council to do more. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Helen. We've got a couple more hands, Catherine. Shelley?
First of all, I think we should all give a round of applause to Catherine for an amazing job that she did. This took days upon days, and she didn't do it in isolation. She consulted with authority. She consulted with board members and elected officials and brought it all together. And she didn't make it so onerous that it's not doable. But the fact is that throughout, she points out that although many things are in place in writing, in practice and practicality, they're not being followed, and the guidelines are not clear and accessible, and the systems are not in place. So there's a lot that has to be done, although there may be a lot in the law. Since we're not seeing the implementation in so many places be effective, this is extremely important for all of us and for our entire city.
Thank you, Shelley. Jay?
Yeah, just a quick clarification, Catherine. Taking all the suggestions and the requests, if you will, to the various city agencies for surveys and increased training and so forth, will any of this translate to additional requirements on all businesses, including small businesses? Will it put any kind of specific requirements, require them to do training? And if so, have you considered how they would comply with these additional requirements? Would the city supply any training in any way? Would there be expense involved, et cetera?
Thank you, Jay, for that excellent question. No, it does not put any, there will not be any additional, we're not calling for any additional requirements for businesses, for employees, for our employers. We're really calling on the city and state to do more. That's the main call. That's the call.
Within their own structures?
Exactly. So for the city and state to provide more models, for the city and state to improve surveys, to make models of surveys available. Like, we're really calling, because we don't want to overburden employers or employees, because that will make compliance too difficult and too onerous. So we were careful not to call for more from employers and employees.
Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to pause for a minute. Christian, are there any speakers on this topic?
No.
Okay. Robert. Unmute yourself, Robert.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, this is an answer to Jay's good question, and perhaps Catherine is not aware of it, but as a realtor, I belong to a multiple listing service, and I'm licensed by the state of New York, and I belong to the National Association of Realtors and whatever else. It is a requirement every year by my firm, to remain nameless for the moment, that you take sexual harassment training. And that's part of, if you don't take it, you're penalized. And if you don't take it over a period of time, your license is suspended. So that the burden is on the private sector, because it's the law. And it is incumbent on the corporate structure to implement the tools so that their employees can be compliant with what is required, because sexual harassment, and especially in real estate, is a big problem, because people are going off to apartments on their own and are subjected to abuse. And there are more realtors out there than you can shake a stick at. And in New York State, the real estate industry is more closely monitored than many other places, because New York State is such a big state and the real estate is so valuable. And that, so it's very, very closely monitored by the Department of State. So that burden is there, and it is their obligation to comply. And it's not an additional burden. It's part of the job.
Thank you, Robert.
Let me just respond to that to clarify. There is a responsibility that employers and employees have. We just didn't want to add additional burden that they could not fulfill. So 100% support the current requirements, but just did not want to make it so onerous that people couldn't actually fulfill it. So thanks for clarifying that point, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. Douglas.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I just want to applaud Catherine and the HHS committee for yet again a brilliant resolution that is a masterclass on anti-sexual harassment training. And I have personally been through 10 or 12 different trainings with various organizations, and the details in this resolution are so impressive, really. So makes me so proud. And for the new members on our board, these are some of the great things that we do. So I also just want to mention, it is related yet unrelated. I just want to put in a public service announcement Catherine reminded me, I had reminded her previously, and she reminded me again, the Child Victims Act is expiring on August 14th. It is very important. We're going to keep reminding people all the way to the date. It is an extremely important an opportunity for people that have been offended seriously. And it goes back decades and decades. I know people personally who have benefited, who are taking advantage of this. So we're going to repeat that. And again, bravo to Catherine. This resolution is terrific. And sorry, one other thing with regard to Robert, in my organization, we are required to take anti-sexual harassment training every year. What we do, part of it is logging on to the city's training portal. So our organization didn't have to go through the expense of hiring a trainer, but we did take the approved training and we have to prove that we took it. So I think that's another way that sort of eases the burden on private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. And I'm just going to add and be brief and to the point. And again, thank Catherine and HHS and everyone for the hard work. I know that she was very passionate about this, and I think it shows in the quality of the work. So with that, are we ready to vote?
Call the question.
Call the question. Okay, so everyone, let's vote. My physical hand is up. Blanche, are you
Yes.
with us?
Yes.
That's a verbal.
That's a verbal yes. Okay, that's 2 physical hands. I do not see a third. And there are 35 digital hands. So 37 yes.
Okay. Voting against?
I do not see physical hands at all. And I
Okay.
don't see virtual hands, so 0.
Abstaining? There are 3 digitals. I don't see any physicals.
Nor do I. 3.
And for cause?
None.
Okay. Thank you,
30.
Catherine. Thank you,
37.
Shelley. Thank you, HHS.
37 to 0 to 3 to 0.
Great. So a couple things we're going to do. First, I just want to acknowledge, this is going to be a long meeting, everyone. That's it. I'm getting a lot of texts. I'm getting a lot of things. People don't know. A lot of people shoot me emails, and it's going to be a long meeting. So let's get the coffee out, and it is what it is, and we're going to go through our meeting, and those who stay with us are going to stay with us, and don't who want. And we all just got to stop complaining about it a little bit. Okay. We're all hearing it together or not. So we're going to have a meeting, and it's going to take some time. And that's just the way this meeting unfolded today. And I think the sooner we all get around that, the better. What we're going to do now is we're going to pause, because I always have the elected officials try and come at a certain time. And I have in the report that we're going to take some pauses when we get there. And we're going to pause now to hear from his elected officials. And then we're going to get back into the business section, and we're going to march on with our agenda. But we do want to continue to encourage our elected officials to come. They're very responsive. They come at the times that they come. And I think that I feel I have to honor that, because that's something that I work on with them. And I feel that's something I must do. So we have a few with us. I want to ask Gail first. Gail, do you want to give your report?
I will be quick. I've been here from the beginning, and I want to give everyone a lot of credit, particularly you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of our report, first of all, the senior centers, the mayor announced today, are supposed to open in the middle of June. So I want to congratulate everybody who's been working on this. We'll see what that actually means. Second thing I want to say is, every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, we have phone call. Today was education, something that and you've been discussing. And we had speakers who talk about the gazillion dollars that are coming to the city for the schools. And I'm not going to go through them. It's all on our archived on our website, but it sure is something to pay attention to, because right now, the way that the mayor's budget is focused in terms of what he has presented, the city council hasn't had their hearings yet. It's just lump sums on very major topics. So if we had something called units of appropriation, we'd be able to break it down, but we don't have that. So, you know, things like 12 million for restorative justice and $236 million for students with disabilities, no breakdown. So I just mentioned all this, and I'm sure the parents and the educators on the phone, my kids are older, graduated, but I know that this is of concern. So I bring it up, and I will know that you will also be dealing with it. Second thing I want to mention, just to thank Roberta Seamer on a good topic, Vision and Hearing Forum. It was excellent, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on a topic that doesn't always get discussed in our communities. We did a letter on the issue of the dirt bikes and the ATVs. I like to note that the people running for mayor decided to pick it up after we had our letter. That's very nice. But I want to just say this is an ongoing issue and not an easy one to solve, because I know it's of concern to people. I think it has to stop where the dirt bikes get fuel at the gas stations. You can't chase them because then somebody could get hurt. So it's an ongoing issue. We are very concerned about the incident, always about guns, but 103rd the other day was of great concern. And I wanted just to be really quick on this issue of public safety. I have to give credit in the Midtown. I have to say it's Board 4, where there is an issue of we need to return to work. And so that's where the mayor has put at least 3 layers. One is with Deputy Inspector who has 80 officers with mental health. And then another 3-star chief, a woman who's also terrific, and she's working also with those individuals have even more mental health issues. And then there's also obviously what Lorraine Grillo is doing with Chief Monahan, because she's in charge of returning to work for New York. And then you have your police officers locally, and then you have the street outreach workers. It seems to be working in terms of people are really collaborating somewhat. The problem is, what do you do with people once they have been through the system, if they end up through the system, or just if there's no safe haven available, or the supportive housing isn't there. And then today I was also on the phone with Midtown Court, and they're working. They have this new program that CUCS Connections has that is working with people coming out of Rikers, although they haven't been doing it recently, but Robin Hood paid for it for a while. I'm just trying to say all these little pieces have got to be better coordinated. It does seem to be working in Midtown to a large extent, but the social service piece is not what I would like it to be. I want to thank your chair, because Steve Brown had a really good question. So we had the zoning for accessibility text amendment discussion at the borough board. It's a complicated topic, but I think that it's got, I believe in it, because I think you have got to build the elevators for those who are disabled. In terms of issues coming up, we're doing something on Juneteenth, which of course is the 18th, I think, of June. And we're going to be honoring the conference room at 1 Center Street with Constance Baker Motley, who was a borough president for a few years. And Virginia Fields, Ruth Messinger are going to be joining us. We're doing a Pride event. The Pride is doing a festival this year, so we'll have a booth there. And then we're working with the Asian American Federation on judging PSAs that talk about Asian hate and hopefully figuring out a way to stop it. I do want to thank all of the 4 new members, and I appreciate that you all showed up today on very short time period. Thank you, Steve Brown, for introducing them. And I just want to say there are an awful lot of members who applied, awful lot of community members who applied. It's really hard to make a decision, but I think we made some good ones, and we're trying to make sure that the community board represents the demographics of the community. And with these appointments, we're much, much closer. And I want to thank Rosie Mendez from our office, who was really helpful in doing that. We are also ongoing working with Harlem United and Bailey House on the cab on 94th Street. I know it was a good meeting, but I still have some concerns about some of the permanent members, as well as some of the vets who are permanently in that building. And I know we've been working with the issue of liquor licenses, as we did at the Ellington restaurant. So just congratulations to everyone. I know also that you're supportive of the Wish Fish and all the work they're doing on 108th Street. That's probably the best project in the whole city of New York. You should be very proud of it. It is the best. Congratulations, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Linda, let me double check. Yes, Linda Rosenthal, make sure you're here. Thank you for your for coming and patience. You've got to unmute yourself. I know we've had a long meeting, but
Okay,
there we go.
here I am. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for making time for electeds. And thank you, Doug Kleiman, for giving a little PR to the bill, the law that I passed with Brad Hoylman on the look back period for people who are eligible under the Child Victims Act. This is year 2 for a look back and it ends in August. So if you need any help or information, please contact me. I can let you know everything you need to know about going and seeking justice in the courts. So as I don't know if you'd mentioned it earlier, but today the New York State Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance launched the $2.3+ billion rent relief program called ERAP. And I'm sure there's people all over the city, hundreds of thousands of people who've been unable to pay their rent over the past year and a half because of the pandemic. So there are ways to qualify. If a person makes 80% of AMI or less for a household of 1, that would be $66,000 a year. If they've had a reduction in income since March 13th, 2020, and have rental arrears, they can apply for funding. And it can go to the landlord, it can go to them. We want landlords to apply, we want tenants to apply, and everybody can be made whole. So it's you can go to the OTDA website. If you need any help, call my office. We will be able to help you. I'm sponsoring legislation that expands on the state law that allows survivors of domestic violence to escape a phone contract if they have obtained an order of protection or other documentation about the abuse. Abusers can track their victims via their phones and also harass, intimidate, and try to control them through the phone. So survivors will have an escape hatch when it comes to certain utilities and phone bills. I passed a bill on opioid overdose reporting, which will make it permanent that the State Department of Health has to put on its website quarterly reports on the number of overdoses in the state, what drugs were involved in them. The past year, the State Department of Health did not adhere to the law. It's unclear why, but surely we've seen an increase in overdose deaths across the country and across the state. This way we can keep track of where they occur so that we can bring resources to the communities that are suffering. I will be debating a bill that I have with Senator Hoylman on ghost guns, which are untraceable, unregulated firearms that anyone can buy and assemble without a background check. You can print them, you can send away for a kit, then you build them, and then you have an unlicensed, unregistered gun. So my bill will do away with that. We also passed a whole bunch of voting bills in the assembly. One of them will create an absentee ballot tracking system that allows voters statewide to check the status of their absentee ballot request online, as well as delivery of their ballot. That's one of them, and there's another one that's technical but has to do with that. I've gotten lots and lots of calls about USPS, about the Postal Service not delivering the mail. Delayed mail, missed mail delivery. So I wrote to the postmaster, and I've been speaking with people in his office to try to restore the mail delivery. They just raised the price on a first-class stamp, and we really depend on mail. So hopefully they will fix it. I know working with local post offices, I've gotten mail restored to certain buildings. I also wrote to the NYPD about the disruptive and illegal constant use of ATVs and dirt bikes. The noise is incredible. It's very dangerous. It's also illegal. So I trust the NYPD's not only investigating
I think you just muted yourself, Linda.
I know NYPD is investigating this, but they also need to take action, which obviously is not zooming down the street in Chase. But there are ways to do that. I've been speaking, my staff has been speaking with Stephen Brown about parents being allowed to watch their kids play outdoors, and the DOE had a rule that barred parents from doing so, but the guidance changed, and we discussed that. The DOE had not updated its website, so the word didn't get out. And thankfully, Steve is on the case and we're on the case. So any parents who want to see their kids play sports outdoors, you are now allowed to go. You know, I had my famous shred day. I had almost 500 people shredding away. So the demand is there for another one, which I will do soon. I did with Senator Serrano. And just so you know, the JCC and had a pop-up vaccination site, and Lincoln Center will become a vaccination site. And they served, yeah, at some point in mid-June. For those of you who've not been vaccinated yet, there will be a pop-up site at Lincoln Center sometime this month. And there's plenty more to do and talk about, but I know you have a long meeting. So I just also want to say, once we're out of Zoom, meetings will be shorter because you'll get kicked out of the building.
Thank you, Linda, for
Thank
that.
you very much.
For that. And
Okay.
point taken. But Zooms can go into the night. I think
It's
we are.
true,
So thank you for your and thank you for your help on the parents. I think for us parents that have had a tough year to watch our kids run around or do whatever it is would be a joy. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Okay. Helen Rosenthal.
Yeah, thanks. Really quickly, not to go over what other people have talked about. Some very important legislation passed through the City Council last week to increase the value of vouchers for those people who are unsheltered and looking for housing. It was a huge achievement. We're very excited about it. And now the 5,000 vouchers and more that are out there can actually be used to get an apartment. Secondly, on the color of netting resolution, is Peter still on? I texted with the president of the SCA and she said she's on it. She'll try to do something about PS 166 in particular. Peter really is gone. So, but just so you all know, on it, fixing it, we'll get back to you. The next time I see you at a full board, the city's budget will have passed. Because the federal funding already came in, many things were already restored. Litter basket pickup. You can do curbside recycling again. And so if your building wants to have sanitation pick up your organics, all you have to do is go online and you can sign up to get that done. Fair student funding. The biggest victory for me personally is that social service providers are now getting their full overhead cost funded by the city. This has been an 8-year battle, so I'm really excited about that. Lots of funding for schools. Gail went through some of it, and lots of funding for a non-police response to nonviolent mental health incidents, and of course 3K for all. All of these things are going to be specified over the next few months. So if you're interested in any particular area, I'm happy to connect you with the people who sort these things out. We had our month-long executive budget hearings. That was a lot. And we're going to start negotiating the budget with the mayor very soon. The main thing that I think I'll be fighting for that's still not funded is pay parity in so many different areas for EMDTs, FDNY, for nurses that are funded, are paid differently if you work for the DOE or if you work for a nonprofit, both doing the exact same work. And all of our social service providers that have zero COLAs in the budget, trying to peg their COLAs to whatever DC 37 gets. And I'll wrap it up there, but we're going to be working really hard over the next month. If people have questions or suggestions or things you want me to be fighting for, let me know. I'm also adding a lot of money to the budget for our district in particular. I can announce all that at the next meeting when it's not so long.
Thank you, Helen. And Courtney, can you do me a favor and just send Helen the question in the text so we can move on with our State Senator Brett Hoylman?
Can. It wasn't a question, it was more of a statement, and it wasn't just for Helen. Can I just say it?
Sure.
Great. I love the updates. We love that our electeds come. I think it's clear from the beginning of the meeting that public safety is really top of mind for a lot of folks right now. And I think it'd just be really great to have more opportunities to hear from our elected officials on, or more opportunities to engage with the community about what's happening and what's being done, because I think as we go into the summer, I think that would be really helpful, and also maybe make it so that there were more opportunities than just the community board meetings to engage with our electeds about this topic.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. State Senator Hoylman, I'm looking for you. I know you were here.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Stephen.
Okay, I'm always perplexed. Are you home? I've been inquisitive. I don't see the painting up there, but I'm thinking you're home and at least enjoying a day.
I'm not going to tell you. I try to keep you guessing.
You do. You keep me on my toes. So,
right.
but
you're glad that issue about playing fields got resolved, and thanks to Tevin for calling. And
yep, Tevin was great as well.
Yep, fantastic, and thank you,
Thank you, both of you.
Sure thing. And as Linda mentioned, emergency rental assistant applications. If you can't reach Linda's office, my office is obviously happy to help too on getting that rental assistance. Wanted to let you know that I had a press conference with Senator Jackson the other day on legislation we carry to crack down on the street racing. It's called the Furious Act, which stands for Fighting Urban Racing in Our Streets Act. That's named after that classic film, The Fast and the Furious. Anyhow, it's legislation that the state would authorize that speed cameras be turned on weekday evenings and weekends. Currently, they are not. And so a lot of this racing has gone undetected because the speed cameras are not turned on. Senator Jackson and I are calling for those to be turned on, or hopeful that we can get this legislation passed, and we had a press conference on it. I've been working on an issue around Penn Station on the Empire State Complex. It's a $1.3 billion publicly subsidized plan to add 20 million square feet of commercial office space in and around Penn Station. We think a ULURP should be used instead of the general project plan, which is what the governor's office is proposing, which of course involves no community board input, no city council vote, no borough president input or city planning involvement. So we've introduced legislation. I've introduced legislation to override the GPP and institute a ULURP. It's a steep climb because we only have 6 days worth of session left, but I'm going to try to fight for it. And then wanted you to know that I have some legislation that is coming to the floor as well. Bill I carry with Assemblymember Rosenthal on ghost guns. She described it very well. And a bill that I have, apropos of what you were discussing earlier, would extend the statute of limitations for filing complaints with the Division of Human Rights from 1 to 3 years to allow folks who are filing discrimination and harassment claims more time to do so. And then another bill of mine would give New Yorkers the right to a jury trial if they were charged with a Class B misdemeanor. Currently, you are entitled to a jury trial in New York State, but not in New York City if you're charged with a Class B misdemeanor. That bill has passed both houses, and it's going to be going to the governor to be signed. It's kind of hard to believe you could lose your liberty with a Class B misdemeanor, but you would not get a jury trial in the process. And then finally, there is a bigger package of gun reforms that is coming to the floor tomorrow. One of the bills, a particular note, would impose liability on gun manufacturers for the illegal trafficking of their guns to New York City. So it's quite a landmark bill, because that's never been tried before. It'll be tested in the courts, but it's one way to finally get this iron pipeline on I-95 shut off and make gun manufacturers pay the price for illegal guns coming into New York. Thanks so much, and have a great rest of the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to go back. Mark, am I correct in that? Mark and Christian?
Yes.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Just a quick one for Helen. The voucher program, what is the cap? Is it $32,000?
It matches whatever the Section 8 voucher is.
It's matching Section 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to go. Thank you, our elected officials. Appreciate it. And we are going to get back into our business session, and we're going to hand it over to land use. And that's going to be Richard Ash, I believe.
In the interest of expediency, I'm going to condense what has been 2 or 3 land use committee meetings and numerous memos back and forth, and just give you the gist of what's being proposed. The resolution spells it out in a little bit more detail, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the end. Basically, the MTA and city planning are proposing 2 things relating to accessibility and subway and train station improvement. The first item relates to what they call easements. And an easement is simply the right to use someone else's property for some purpose. Traditionally, the MTA already has the right to take property via eminent domain and declare an easement and to build subway entrances or escalators or elevators. But the process is extremely slow and cumbersome and often unfair. What the city is proposing and what the city planning and the MTA are proposing is that a developer of any land, any site that's more than 5,000 feet must confer that, and that's on a subway line, must confer with the MTA to see if the MTA would like an easement on that property. If the MTA wants an easement, the area that is covered by the easement, the FAR, the floor area that's covered by the easement, can be allocated by the developer elsewhere on his site. We thought, and this is really directed toward making subway stations and train stations accessible under the ADA. And we thought it was a very good idea. We approved it, but we had a couple of issues with it. First, it is important, particularly in contextual districts in our area, that the configuration of the building, if FAR is moved from one part of a site to another, you can have some unforeseen consequences. So we thought that it was important to have the substitute FAR and the plans for the building to go in front of the community board and the city planning commission. The proposal that's being made does not allow for that, but only allows a non-discretionary approval by the chair. The second aspect of this that we see as problematic and that we want to call to the city's attention is that if the MTA says they want an easement on a particular piece of property, they get the easement and the developer gets to build elsewhere on his site, but he also gets, during the time when the easement is not used, he gets to build retail on the floor area covered by the easement. There is no requirement that the city, that the MTA build on the easement in any time frame. And we thought it was important that the MTA at least certify that it intended within a reasonable time to utilize the easement. Otherwise, the developer gets to build a larger building with more floor area. And so we approve, but only if, in those two conditions. The second part of what is being proposed is a little different. What's being proposed is that a developer in a R9, R9A or R10A or R9, R10 district, which are the larger buildings, would be entitled to a 20% bonus in FAR if the developer either contributed to accessibility by creating escalators and elevators, or if the developer improved a station within 500 feet of the property. We found, and the provision would allow property to be, the height of the buildings to be built to go up by at least 25 feet. What this means in some areas is that if a developer wanted to use the 20% bonus and improve a station, and also wanted to use the voluntary inclusionary housing 20% bonus, the developer could build a building that is 44% higher than would be otherwise permitted under the zoning. And we felt that that was inappropriate. We again, and finally, we felt that to provide a floor area bonus to a developer for contributing money to the MTA to fulfill the MTA's obligation to improve stations was inappropriate. We think it's appropriate to provide that with respect to access, ADA access, but not with respect to subway improvement. We also felt that the resolution as written provides no guidelines as to how much improvement a developer needs to engage in order to get the bonus, and provides and does not provide for a special permit, which would require city planning approval and consultation with the community board. We felt that there should be a provision in any such resolution that there must be a finding that be no adverse impact on the surrounding community. I think that's the gist of what the resolution says. It's on your resolution sheet. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Richard. I'll go through. I'll help you out. There's 3 hands open now, and I'll start with Michelle.
Okay.
Thank you. This is just a procedural question. When we write BCI and preservation resolutions, we say disapprove and recommend, and you write approve only if. Does it make a difference to where your resolutions go? Because it makes a difference to Department of Consumer Affairs and the SLA and LPC.
I've never received any feedback from city planning on the language that we've used, and there's also no magic to it. If you know,
okay.
But I think particularly with respect to the easements, our major point is we approve. because we think it's a good idea. But we do pick nits, and we wanted to make a strong objection. With respect to the to subway improvements, I think we're more inclined to disapprove, but it's still, there can be some good that comes out of it. So we didn't want to disapprove.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay, you've got some other hands raised. Christian?
And just to be clear, is this to affect only new construction or?
No, I'm sorry. Thank you for telling me, for reminding me. An existing building can apply for this bonus and can add to its bulk and height. So
Thank you. Thank you,
yeah.
Christian. Ken?
Two things. One, I think you raise legitimate concerns. I'm generally supportive, but I'm wondering why, since it involves the MTA and subways, this it wasn't joined with transportation at the committee level.
It probably should have been. Andrew was at our first meeting I guess in April, and I assumed that he would be at the May meeting, but it's probably my fault for not specifically inviting him. But I did send a copy of the draft resolution to Andrew to circulate to his committee and for any comments.
Okay, well, I'll be interested in his comments.
Yeah.
Could the MTA get an easement on an existing building? In other words, the first part?
You can't get, I don't think you can get an easement. The easement is supposed to be for vacant space.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
it's conceivable that a building that's partially built or unoccupied could be the subject of an easement. Even now, I mean, right now, the MTA has the right to obtain easements. They just have to pay for it.
Okay, thanks.
And just to support Richard a little bit in that thing, it really came through city planners that kind of MTA came in. So I think the idea that perhaps it wasn't put together, that it should have been broader, I can support him on that. It really was like a city planner presentation with MTA kind of showing up. So it didn't click in my mind either that it should be dual. And I think it was just the way it came together. It wasn't as if it was anything done consciously to not have the transportation committee involved. Okay, we've got a couple more. Clary?
Yes, just picking up on what Michelle said about the format of the resolution and not being disapprove unless, which I would recommend, and that's the point of my comment. While I don't know anything about specifically what goes on at the City Planning Commission when they see whatever we've done on various issues over the years, it's been my strong impression based upon what I've learned over the years that with many of our city agencies, they don't have a lot of interest in the substance of what we have to say. They're much more interested in checking off MCB7 if when that is the relevant community board approved or disapproved. And the rest of what we have to say is goes by the wayside. So if we want to make the point that there are problems that we have that make us unwilling to endorse the proposal, I think it is, as a practical matter as well as a theoretical matter, far wiser to say disapprove unless, and I would love to see that. I know it's a long meeting, so I don't want to turn it into, unless you want to make it a friendly amendment, but I think that's the way we should have gone and should go on these.
Thank you.
I have no objection if no one else does to upholding my committee, and if the committee agrees with Clary, I have no objection to what Clary says. We can change the language if no one objects.
Thank you, Richard. That's
That's
gracious of you.
Okay. I mean,
No objection.
thanks. So Richard speaks, but he's offering anybody to speak out, but he really speaks for his resolution. So if anybody has a problem, you should say something. Otherwise, he's going to take it as a friendly amendment. Okay, we have some more hands still up. Ethel, I see you both have digital and your physical. So since you have two, I will choose you next.
Gosh, I had to go to another computer because the microphone wasn't working on the newer one. Okay, so I'm in a fog in the camera, but I think you can hear me, right?
We can hear you. We can hear you,
Thank you.
Ethel.
Thank you. I just want to
Just,
say
you look sort of like an impressionist painting.
that's a very good goal. That's good. I'm glad. Anyway, to those with the very good points, I do think that this was something of a struggle, but a very good one, because first of all, the application did come from city planning. And this is an application that applies to many, it's not just Community Board 7. It's really citywide, and they are trying to push it. And MTA was never there. But the major points, and you can see it in Richard's presentation of our discussion, was that we wanted to approve every effort to encourage easements and access and to generally improve the stations. What then we began to find is that there was always a hook. And every time we wanted to approve what are good goals citywide and are necessary in many of the stations in Board 7, we found that the trade-offs of two different kinds of trade-offs, one being bonuses that then could, and not so theoretically, become excessive, up to almost 44% more than the original as of right zoning, and because you could pile affordable housing plus the easement and the transportation mode. And secondly, that kind of thing and a number of others that Richard summarized could also go forward without greater consultation to the communities, to the community boards, and some other process other than, let's say, the certification by the chair. And those are the criticisms that the committee is offering, and they're important ones. And I at least suspect that a number of the other boards will do the same thing. So we obviously want to see these improvements in the stations, but some of it looked like a bit of a excess and a sleight of hand. And so we made the other recommendations.
Thank you, Ethel. Mark?
Thank you. In a text amendment like this, our four options are approve, disapprove, or disapprove or approve, each with conditions. I would recommend that the resolution stay the way as it was written, because I don't want us to be looked at as having voted against ADA accessibility accommodations. I'm afraid that the same sort of concern about conflating a complex and well thought out resolution into a one-liner will work against us when it's not our intention to be viewed that way. So I would recommend that we stay where we are. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Arena.
Richard, this is just, I just learned so much just from you recounting your resolution. I agree with Michelle and Clary, and I wonder if there's any way to sever these two, because I agree with the approval of the easement, but I don't agree with approval of the subway improvement and the additional FAR. And I'm just wondering if we could sever the two.
Well, we do actually, Arena, we do disapprove without condition. If you look at point 3 in our resolution.
I read it, and so I was just a little, I went over it again, and so that's why I raised my hand, because the first, the line you have, where you get to the disapproval, you have any scheme by which a developer is awarded an FAR bonus for improvements which are unrelated to the provision of elevators or escalators. Is that the line you're referring to?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you feel it captures it.
I think, yeah, look, we don't want to discourage a reasonable bonus.
Yes.
for providing an escalator or an elevator, because that's a human need. We think that if subway platforms are going to be improved, that's a burden that should fall to the MTA and whoever funds the MTA, and it should not be taken out on the community in the form of larger out of context buildings.
Exactly. That
And
won't
I
go.
think that's what we said. If it wasn't articulate, that's what we meant.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying.
All right.
Thank you. Christian, are there any public comments?
No.
Okay, does somebody
Call
want
the
to call the
question.
vote?
Call the question.
Okay, so let's do a vote. And all those in favor, and I'm got mine up.
Blanche.
That's 2 with Blanche.
Blanche, any?
I'm gonna look, but I don't think so. I think everyone else can put digital hands up if they want.
I don't see any, and it's 29.
29. Christian, can we lower them?
31.
Okay, did you get that correct? Are you okay with your count?
Yep, 31.
Okay. Let's lower them. Anybody against? Okay, I don't see anybody.
See, this is the advantage of coming toward the end of a long meeting.
0.
Abstaining? It's 2. I see 2 abstaining. Anyone else? Okay, let's take those down. And anybody for cause? For cause?
None.
Great. Beverly, you want to read the
1 to 0 to 2 to 0.
Okay. So before we move on, I think Helen, you had mentioned that there was one other thing you had forgotten to, or you wanted to add to your, add something?
Yep, I really appreciate it, Stephen. Although I'm, once I'm in, I'm here to the end. But I noticed Andrew Ritchie, and I just wanted to make this announcement that we passed a great piece of legislation called Skip the Straw, which restricts the use of plastic straws. It'll go into effect November 1st. I think that's right. Andrew can correct me if I'm wrong. But what was so elegant about this particular piece of legislation, why I'm so proud of it, is that it brought together 3 different communities, all worked together to get this done. Environmentalists who wanted to get plastic out of our, water streams and everything. The hospitality industry who, are, as everyone has mentioned here, struggling, trying to stay afloat, wants to meet the needs of its customers. And also the disabilities community. The point was raised that there are those who absolutely need a plastic straw in order to drink something. And they brought these issues to the front and did a great job advocating. So I really want to thank Andrew Ritchie for working. He's really the leader you have in your midst, in your own community board, Upper West Side membership. Andrew Ritchie, who negotiates on behalf of the hospitality industry and is a very fair and articulate advocate for the hospitality industry. We're lucky to, we're really lucky to have him. So thank you, Andrew. And I'm really excited the bill finally passed, right?
Great. And I like to call him Super Andrew Ritchie for myself, because when I work with him, so.
Helen, you are unbelievably kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't deserve all the praise, but it is much appreciated, especially when my wife listens into the community board meetings here and says, oh, wow. Thank you. But No, but it just shows, I mean, all these different issues and just bring together so many different people who start with opinions that are far apart, and over a long time and lots of negotiation back and forth, you get to a workable piece of legislation that everyone can agree on, and it takes leadership. So thank you for you as well and everyone else that made it happen.
Yeah, it's really
Thank
great.
you. Okay, we're gonna keep going because we still got more. So if we can
We
go.
thought
to
that was the
BCI.
last straw.
Ba-dum, ba-dum.
Stephen, can I ask a quick question?
I really want to keep going on with the meeting, but if you want to follow up with Helen, on the side, it'd be great. We haven't even had the community speak. If you feel you have to, but I prefer to continue on with the meeting.
Thank you. Real quick. Did you say
yes? Go ahead.
Okay, real quick question, Helen. We had exchanged tweets about a similar legislation idea where New Yorkers all have drawers full of plastic cutlery. And the suggestion, which the great Andrew Ridgey said he would not be opposed, but we'd have to figure out operations, is to make it so that for to-go restaurants, it has to be opt-in, where you have to request cutlery instead of them automatically giving it to you. You had last said that you were going to check to see if that has already been introduced, and I'm wondering.
Right. So let's talk offline. All I'm going to say is love the idea. I have my bowl full of plastic stuff in a plastic wrap, just like everyone else. So I love the idea. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Okay, we've got some BCIs. I'm assuming we'll bundle some of them, and then we'll get to the last part of our presentation.
We will
or our
bundle,
meeting,
but I do want to say this, David, in a normal circumstance, we were fortunate that we don't have any particularly controversial applications this time. But when we do with BCI, quite often the restaurateurs, the operators have to be here, and to ask them to wait until 10:30 is a little onerous. So we're very lucky tonight, and this was a long meeting, which is what we do. So anyway, start with Christian. Do you want to announce them?
Well, I also want to say we have at least 3 different votes. I would like to, unless there is any objection, but anyone would like to take only 1 vote for all the resolutions.
Yeah.
They're all very straightforward. They were all approved. There were no oppositions to them. 225, 235, Freedom Place South, and 433 Amsterdam Avenue, the new SLA applications. Yes, go ahead.
I was just to clarify for our new members, what we're doing now is bundling them all together. So he's going to give a summary of 10 and 11, 12, but we're going to vote them all together, and that's called bundling for our new members. And Christian is giving a brief background of them, but when we vote, we'll vote all of them. When you fill out your sheet, you'll fill out 10, 11, 12 as a yes or no, whatever you vote. That's called bundling our votes. Christian, do you want to speak a little more, and then we'll do the vote?
Yes, 225, they had to reapply because originally it was approved and they never filed it, so they had to apply again.
They didn't file it because of the pandemic.
For the pandemic, yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I do apologize, I'm so tired at this point.
I know. And the next one was Haru Sushi for many years, and the company basically changed their operations or their operators, and now it's called Sushi RA, but it's ostensibly the same group. They were applying for a liquor license.
Then 26 Columbus Avenue, they acquire an adjacent space, so they have to make an alteration to the license to include the adjacent space that they're occupying. 940 Columbus Avenue, in the past, they were approved to a full liquor license, but prior to implemented, they went down to a beer and wine license only. So now they're applying again so that they can take advantage of the full liquor license.
So there's nothing controversial. It's just helping restaurants. So.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah.
Any questions from the public?
Call the question.
Let's call the question. So let's
Okay,
vote.
so all those in favor, raise your hand.
Do we still have a quorum?
Eve, Blanche, is your hand?
Yes.
So it's 2 plus 32 is 34.
Okay, anybody against? Anybody abstaining? And I don't suppose there's anybody for cause. Okay.
34 to 0 to 0 to 0.
And we have one more announcement to make regarding next week's BCI meeting. I hope everybody will be able to attend, or many of you will. We will be dealing with an issue concerning bathroom access to restaurants, but we have expanded the conversation to include Fresh Direct. We will have leaders from the Workers United, Las Libristas Unidos. Entonces, and so we will also be hearing from hopefully our restaurateurs, and we want to find out how we can help solve this situation. We do know that there are Samusa public toilets since 2006 in a warehouse somewhere. So, but that's not going to be an immediate solution. And we know that our restaurants in our neighborhood on the Upper West Side, by and large, because we've called many of them, do give access not only to bike delivery workers, and that comprises Las Librestas, but it also comprises people from Africa, from China, from Asia. And so we want everybody to be helped. But we're going to try and find out. The other thing is that we've requested lists multiple times also from this group of the restaurants on the Upper West Side that have not given access, so we can find out why and see if we can help. So it's going to be an interesting conversation. You are all welcome to join us. And I hope that's next Wednesday night at 6:30. Thank you.
Thank you. So that, as somebody's got a bad echo there. I don't know who that is. So as we finalize, we are going to have, normally I would finalize the minutes. There was a challenge with the minutes this month. So I'm going to defer the minutes to next month because did not get them till the meeting started, unfortunately. And so we're going to have to vote on our meetings from last month and this month at our next meeting. So that's more of an announcement for everybody. We now have the chair report, and I'm going to keep it to about a half hour to an hour. So I thought we'd get the little 11 o'clock laugh.
Stephen, how do we vote on not voting for the minutes?
I just said we're not going to vote on it this month.
I know, but it's on our sheet.
There's a choice of no vote all the way to the right.
Okay.
No,
I didn't see that. Thank you.
I didn't realize that was your question. So, okay, so let's move into the last section, which is the community section, and we're going to vacillate back and forth between elected officials and community members. And Christian, can you tell me about how many community members we have?
Yeah, 3.
3. Okay, so let's start with one of those, and then I'll go back and forth between the members, and you can choose who you like.
Okay, so we're going to start with Ashley Gonzalez. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Ashley Gonzalez. I'm with the St. Agnes branch of the New York Public Library. I have happy news that there are now any of the branches that were open for grab and go service, that includes Riverside, are now open for limited browsing and limited computer use, and they are providing restroom access. Sorry, it's late. And then the goal is to get the rest of the branches open by sometime in mid-July. So that would include Bloomingdale and St. Agnes. No dates finalized yet, but it's happening soon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I remembered who went last time, and he will go first, and he is smiling because he knows who he is. Luke Wolf, you are up. I kept my word.
Thank you, Stephen. Good memory, because I certainly did not remember that from last month.
I did.
but I will also keep it brief this month. 2 updates from our office, which I'll also both drop in the chat. First, last week, we launched what we're calling the COVID Recovery Guide. So there have been a bunch of city, state, federal programs which have come online in the coming months, and we have found there's not really a one-stop shop for New Yorkers to see what are the programs I'm eligible for. So for renters, small businesses, tenants, excluded workers, etc., it's a one-stop shop available in English, Spanish, and Chinese, where you can go and find out what government agencies administering these programs, if you're eligible, what you need to apply, etc. So we're really hoping that Community Board 7 is able to take advantage of that, is able to help us spread the word. Second, last week, Controller Stringer was proud to put forward a pilot program that we're trying to get NYCHA to administer around food access. So a lot of folks are struggling with food access recently, and we want NYCHA to set up what's called shared grocery delivery centers. So it'd be a way for NYCHA residents to pool their delivery order and avoid a lot of the steep charges and fees that are often associated with them. And we have some NYCHA tenant associations on board, and we're really looking for NYCHA to help us implement this program first at a pilot level and then hopefully expand it after getting some feedback. So there's just 2 of the initiatives that we're working on now. I'll once again drop them in the chat. And thank you all for all the work you do and staying on so late this evening.
Thank you. Christian?
Peter Astor, you can unmute yourself. Peter, are you with us?
Hi. Did you just say my name?
Yes.
Oh, good enough. Sorry. Good evening. Peter Arnson with Columbus Amsterdam Bid. I put on the chat a while back the information about our open streets, which I thought somebody might be interested in. We have open streets on Saturdays and Sundays on Amsterdam and on Columbus. And so that link is in the chat. And we are separating it into 3 different sections, one being 96th Street to 106th on Amsterdam, and that's just on Sundays. And then Columbus between 106 and 110, and Amsterdam 106 to 110 on both Saturdays and Sundays. If people have questions about it, feel free to send me an email or ask me questions now, I suppose. The other thought was the history group is doing a talk on a book called Posh Portals, and that'll be coming up on June 21st, which is also Make Music New York Day. And that is a great thing also. So unless anybody has any questions, feel free to,
Thanks, Peter. If people have questions, I'd ask for them to put it in the chat, and we're going to keep onward and upward. And Hannah, you're up.
Everyone. So pleasure to be with you all. Congressman Nadler has been very busy. So a lot of the updates are going to be on our website and on our Twitter page, but I'm just going to flag a few things for everyone. So last month, Congressman Nadler's bill, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, passed the House by a bipartisan vote. This guarantees pregnant workers reasonable accommodations in their workplaces. This is a bill that Mr. Nadler has been fighting for a long time, and we're hoping to see a speedy passage in the Senate and sign into law. Last week, the Congressman reintroduced the MORE, which is the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act. And it's one of the most comprehensive marijuana reform bills introduced in the US Congress. So we're looking forward to it, making its way through the House and Senate. The Congressman joined a letter with 100 colleagues in the House calling for additional funding to quickly replenish the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. The monies have been quickly allocated, so we want to make sure that all eligible applicants receive the federal funding on that. So we're working to continue that. And then the last thing is Congressman Nadler applauded the Biden administration for finally approving $11.6 billion for the Gateway project. Mr. Nadler's been working on this for almost 20 years, so we're really excited to see it moving forward. If you have any questions, I'm going to put my email in the chat, or you can give us a call. It's a pleasure to be with you all.
Thank you, Hannah, and I owe you an email. I'll get it out tomorrow. Okay, Christian.
Nancy Cohen, you can unmute yourself now.
Nancy, you're up.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thanks for hearing me out at this late hour. I'm a resident of West 107th Street and a member of the Block Association, and some of you know me from our failed efforts in 2019 to save the women's shelter there. Mark just raised his thumb, and Shelley is another one, and Catherine. We have been trying for many, many months to start a community advisory board to address the many predictable problems that ensued after the conversion of the women's shelter to the men's shelter. And it seems to be falling on deaf ears. We heard, I believe it was December, that the community board and the Department of Homeless Services was very enthusiastic about working with us to start the CAB. We have gotten radio silence since then. So my first question is why? How can we get on the radar? The second is that at the same time that we raised this issue, we expressed concerns that a second shelter was being planned for our one very small, short block. At this point, it appears that this is a done deal. There has been zero community notice, and I don't understand how this is possible, how a community can have zero say, zero control over what's going on, and by what calculation anyone can conclude that 2 shelters on 1 street is our fair share. Those are my questions for the community board. I don't know how to follow up with anyone. I don't know how to get a response. We feel like we are at a complete impasse.
Look, I don't know if Shelley or we want to have a conversation. What we say is that, you know, we pass the information as it comes to here. I think there's often sometimes unfortunately a misperception that somehow we are getting information and sort of the community board doesn't share it. Sometimes with some of the committees and some of the agencies, there's a real dialogue back and forth. And what I've talked about is that when it comes to particularly these topics, we generally are getting informed when other people are informed, and we can comment on that, and I can assure you that our housing committee, our HHS committee consistently tries to advocate that is the process. I think that many of us would agree with many of the things you say, but we can only advocate, you know, we will follow up. And if you want to have to try and coordinate with our HHS chairs, but we often hear when you hear things, and that's just the way it is. It's not as if that we have an ability to dialogue this. That would be my way to share. I don't know, Shelley, if you want to add a few thoughts and perhaps connect with Nancy.
Sure.
But those are my kind of 2 cents on this topic that we've discussed many times.
You certainly should have a community advisory board because the shelter's there. It's not being planned. It's in operation. And the community board would be represented. We'd have to check with Department of Homeless Services why they are resisting or not aware of it or not pursuing it. So we can follow up with that. When it comes to another shelter on the block, there was talk about that for 6 or 7 years, a couple of buildings down, but haven't heard a thing. But that's something we can always also check on too and get back to you.
Well, that would be great, Shelley. We hear from the few SRO tenants who are remaining that it has changed hands. There's new management. They have been told that this is happening. I have seen women in front who appear to be potentially new residents. I was under the impression that community notification was a required part of the shelter creation process.
It definitely is. And the only time that didn't happen at all, of course, was with the homeless shelters in the COVID medical emergency situation. So this is it's not totally unusual, but highly unusual. And we'll follow up to find out what's really happening and get back to you.
So, Ms. Cohen, does it appear that it's a women's shelter? What is the sense here?
The word is that it's a women's shelter.
So they emptied out the shelter across the street and put the women out.
Excuse me, these are adjacent buildings.
opening up a women's shelter right across the street from it. That's it's just bizarre, but this is Shelley hit it on the head. We know the story. It's an old story with DHS, but it's very unusual that they just a few months ago they would have evacuated the women forcefully, and as we understood it, and then a few months later there's a shelter right across the street from.
Okay,
women's
we're gonna continue on. Thank you, and Nancy, if you want to share the information, we'd be happy to coordinate with you. What we know.
Thank you. Should I do that through an email to you, Shelley?
Sure, you got my email,
I do.
right?
indeed. I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank
A
you.
pleasure.
Okay, I wanted to look. Suad, are you still here? I'm calling on some people that don't have pictures, but I want to make sure.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Suad Hassan from Senator Serrano's office. As Assemblywoman Rosenthal mentioned, the senator was very happy to be with everybody at the Research Shed Day event. Earlier today, the senator's bill to create a state parks passport program passed. And in the last 2 weeks, a few of the senator's legislations passed. These include permitting farmers markets in state and local parks, creating a senior trail guide, legislation that prohibits littering on state parklands and provides for penalties for violations. Also, as mentioned, the New York State Emergency Rental Assistance Program application has opened up today. You can call our office if you need assistance with the application, or if you need assistance with any other concerns. I will leave my information in the chat. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. So we do have a couple hands in the audience, and I'm going to be liberal in that, particularly for people who have stayed so long. So Miles. Was there more people?
Stephen, they're listed on they sign up the form. So Miles is next.
Okay, I thought you said three, so maybe I counted.
Yeah,
so.
but they added they did it afterwards.
Got it. Okay, Miles, you're up.
Go ahead, Miles.
Miles, you're up if you're ready.
Okay, hi there. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. The reason why I wanted to speak tonight was a parking situation that has really sort of gotten out of hand around the 20th precinct. I know around local precincts here in the city, parking really isn't enforced, and a lot of cars, certain streets in the immediate vicinity aren't ticketed, and it's kind of looked the other way. But in the left turn lane on Columbus Avenue, right before 81st Street, lately there has been cars that have been blocking that lane completely. So what ends up happening is cars that want to make the left on 81st Street, which is a fairly common left because it leads to a transverse that goes to the east side, now have to line up in a travel lane that's supposed to normally go south, and they have to wait for the dedicated left turn arrow to make that turn. So it ends up sort of creating a log jam there, and combine that with, cop cars who often double park on the west side of Columbus between 82nd and 81st Street, you end up really just having one lane of traffic that is able to go south when the light turns green at the corner of 81. So I wish someone would communicate that to the CEO of that precinct and let him know that his officers are using their personal cars and parking in that left turn lane and completely blocking it, which is completely not fair to the community, and especially people who live right there and have to put up with additional horn honking and noise that they really do not deserve.
Thank you, Miles. We are aware of it, and it was communicated this week, and we haven't heard back regarding it, but we'll do our best to get an answer. And if you want to show up at the Transportation Committee meeting this month, we'll try and update you on a response.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I don't know. Hope, are you here? I know that you texted me that you may leave, but I see you, and I'm just going to call on you because I still see a tile there, but I don't know if you're here. Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no. Am I missing any? I don't see anybody else or any elected officials? If there are, you can raise your hands or speak out.
Did you see Andrew Rosenthal?
Yeah, he's a community member. I'm asking for any of the sort of the elected official representatives. Just making sure I close that out. Great, and then we'll finalize with Andrew. You're up.
Thank you all for staying so late. My topic is the same as Miles. I wasn't sure if he was going to get through. I just want to highlight a couple of things. We have 4 people in CB7 seriously injured every week. So in addition to being an inconvenience and noise and traffic creating, this creates a dangerous intersection for pedestrians and bicyclists. It reduces the visibility. Hopefully most of you have heard of the term daylighting. This is the opposite of daylighting. Daylighting is something that we do to make it easier to see pedestrians crossing the street. This makes it harder. It's also not just police cars there. If you go over and look, I saw a number of fake placards. So it's people imitating police cars. There's a florist that's right there on Columbus. He has parked his truck all day and overnight in that same left turn lane. And I actually walked into the precinct and said, can you do something? At least give the guy a ticket. And they said, we're not doing that. It's COVID. We're giving everybody a free pass. This is a dangerous situation. Let's work on some prevention. This is easy, no cost, and can be fixed by tomorrow if Captain Zuber had the will. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, as I said, we recently sent something out, and if you want to come to the Transportation Committee, we're hoping to have an update. Okay, I believe we are done. Am I missing anything? I'm just looking around. I think that's all the elected officials. Christian and Mark, is that all the public? Any more public?
No.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Amen.
Third.
Thank you,
Good night.
Well, thank you, new members. You will not. I do not expect this to be the norm, but
This was an early
it seems
meeting.
to be the flavor of the month. Normally, we go a little longer, about 1 o'clock. We put on Saturday Night Live or so, but we will do our best to make this the exception, not the rule. But it was hopefully not too bad, and we did cover some great topics. I want to thank Rosie, who stayed through this entire thing with us and supported us. Thank you, Rosie, a real trooper. And I want to thank again all the new members and Michelle, our new district manager. So let's end with a nice note, and we have a great month of meetings, and I'm going to arrange a series of sort of meet and greets or how we can get to meet our new members and our district manager. Great. And thank you for the great work today for the group, the 45 people that stayed on this thing for the whole time. Let's applaud ourselves for staying on. Let's applaud ourselves. Yes.
Good job, everybody.
Aren't we something? Okay.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen. Did a great job.
Thank you.
Great meeting.
Good night.
Survivors.
Good night. See you all next Wednesday.